Good morning, everybody. Unexpectedly, it's me. But good morning, everyone, and welcome to Teachers Talk Radio English, TTR Events English. We're absolutely delighted to be here with you this morning. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers. I know 31 people have already jumped straight in and have been waiting eagerly for this event to start. We say thank you to you and welcome. It would be wonderful if in the chat section you could just put in where you're joining us from today. I'm actually visiting my brother in France, so I'm near Paris, which is adding an international flair to this event straight away. But if you would like to, in the chat section, which is hopefully on your screen on the comments, you can just write in where you're tuning in from. That would be great. So yeah, we've got a first comment from Hedwin, who is tuning in from Bielefeld in Germany. We've got Slough. We've got Nora in Slough. We've got Philip in Bratislava, Slovakia. We've got Debbie in Canterbury, Kent. Matthew is in Liverpool. Annabelle is in East London. Good morning. Amy is in Leicester. We've got Elizabeth in York. Sanal in Leicester also. Charlotte from Stratford upon Avon. And she's put an exclamation mark on that. All right, don't get too excited about Stratford upon Avon. Kausa we've got from Leicester as well. So yeah, welcome to you all. Really good to see you this morning. We have got an amazing lineup of speakers for you this morning. It's absolutely fantastic. Each one is going to be presenting in true Teach Meet style for up to 15 minutes about a topic of their choice. We've got Tom Hopkins-Burke behind the scenes, who may also be popping on screen at various points during this morning, which is really great. The event today is sponsored by the Literacy Company, Tassamai, Reading Solutions, My New Term, and the English Department. During the event today, you are going to hear from each of our sponsors who make this event, and the recording for the event completely free. If you want to access the recording for the event, it's on exactly the same link that you signed up to this event on. If you want to share that round, you can. It's really easy to do that. If you're watching, you can just click share, and you can share it on your socials or anywhere else, so people can sign up and join the conversation today live or on playback. So yeah, an amazing lineup. I'm really, really excited about this. It's I'm not an English teacher, but I'm genuinely excited about this lineup because it's incredible. So I think it would be a good time for me to hopefully introduce our first speaker, which is Steph. Let's bring Steph on screen if we can. There we are. Hello, Steph. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this rather chilly morning. I hope you've all got your cups of tea or coffee and your nice cozy blankets and are ready for a lovely day of all things English.
Yes. Steph, where are you zooming into in the world? Where are you?
Oh, I'm in London. I'm in London. Yeah, not that exciting. But
that looks like an amazing bookshelf. Let me give you a bit of an introduction. You're head of secondary English at English Mastery, and also you work for Art Curriculum Plus. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. English Mastery is the English curriculum program for Art Curriculum Plus. So yeah, the same thing.
Yeah, brilliant. And also you're an ELE for Greenshaw Research. Is that Greenshaw Trust? Greenshaw Research School.
Yeah, I was, working with a wonderful team there, but I stopped that when I started at Art Curriculum Plus, just trying to have one job at a time these days.
Got you. And you've also got an MA in expert teaching from
Ambition. That was with Ambition. Thoroughly recommend that. That was brilliant. Really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, on that note, Steph, you've got 15 minutes starting now.
So, good morning, everybody. I thought I would try and cheer us up in the season of mock marking and cold, chilly mornings and dark days with the thing that hopefully makes all English teachers' hearts sing, which is poetry. And I think when everything else is getting us down, the one thing we have over all other subjects is that we'll always have poetry. So my session today is called Practice Makes Poetry, and it's 5 ways forward for poetry practice, because I think often with all the demands of the curriculum and accountability and data drops and all the rest of it, sometimes it's hard to make space for actually writing poetry and enjoying poetry as English teachers. And it's very sad when that kind of falls by the wayside. So I thought I'd make a little space for us today to look at some different ways that I've used in the classroom and might share with teachers that I work with that can be really enjoyable and practical and also educational, of course, ways of taking poetry practice forward. So I just sort of thought that as an example of how English teachers just see poetry everywhere, we just take a look at the national curriculum aims. And this is what I see when I see these documents. I see reading easily and fluently and with poetry, reading well, poetry, a wide vocabulary, yeah, poetry, rich and varied literary heritage, yeah, poetry, write clearly, accurately, yeah, that's poetry, discussion, poetry. All of these things, I read the aims, I look at these documents, and being an English teacher, what I see is poetry. It can be the answer to everything. Obviously, we need diversity in the curriculum and other forms are available. But the joy of our subject is that when we look at all these things, the answer is always the text that we study. And if anything else is getting you down, we can always return to the joy of our literature. So I thought I'd just take a moment to look at this part of the national curriculum, because when I'm working with schools, they're often surprised or kind of need to be reminded of this last bullet point there, which is improvising, rehearsing and performing play scripts and poetry. And I think this is an element that's really important in the curriculum, but often because it's not formally assessed in a way, or other than in drama, I guess, it sort of drops out of the curriculum somehow, or it sort of falls by the wayside due to all of our other pressures. So I just wanted to take a moment and just, I don't know if you can pop it in the chat. And maybe all of you are much more creative and you're always writing and performing poetry. But I just wondered, when was the last time that you improvised, rehearsed and performed poetry in your classroom? I hope you're all going to say yesterday. But if you could just take a moment to pop that in the chat. And if you're anything like me, I used to always feel like, when was the last time I did that? A bit like when I go to the theatre, I'm like, I should really do this more often. So if you just pop that in the chat, it will be interesting to just get a straw poll of whether that my sense is right and it gets squeezed out, or whether all of you are just loving poetry and doing that every day. So just to take a moment and think, when was the last time that I had joyful poetry writing in my classroom? So on to the tips then, and I'm hoping if I can get through them quickly, we might even have a bit of time to write some poetry ourselves. So my first tip really is that if you're having students having difficulty finding a way into poetry, because some students can come with this idea that poetry is not for me, or it's a form that I don't understand, or what's the point of it, or I don't know how to access this, and find it not relatable. One way in is to make a statement about the poem, because then they've got something to work against, to create an argument, a discussion. It can really get a debate going. So this isn't a revolutionary idea, but it's one of my tips. So one of the tips is to make a statement. So let's try ourselves, because we love an English teacher debate. Again, if you could pop into the chat, what is your favorite definition out of these 8 that I have here? What is your favorite definition of poetry? Clearly, poetry is too hard to define in one sentence or one definition, but if you had to pick, what is your favorite? So could you pop that in the chat for me? I have to monitor that on my phone because I can't see the chat on my screen. So I'll just have a look here and see what I can see. So if you could tell me, what is your favorite definition of poetry? Yeah, Kelly, I love that temporary possession part of that. Yeah. Hazel, yeah, I love the toenails twinkle, yeah, as well. Absolutely love that. Yeah. Brilliant. Not many for Heaney there, with language in orbit. Not many voting for Heaney there. So as you can see, you've already got a variety of opinion, and that's wonderful because it can start a debate. And sort of through that, of course, you can start the discussion, start the debate, and then get to a point where you can arrive at a class definition where you draw out the elements of poetry. And lots of interesting discussions, of course, around poetry, prose and drama, because we have verse novels, we have verse plays, we have, you know, epic poems that are narrative. So what's the difference between, you know, a story and a poem? Loads of really rich discussions to have. But if you start that cold, it's obviously more complex than if you start with a statement to bounce off. Another example of that might be lovely Emily Dickinson. So hope is a thing with feathers. Another thing that I've tried is just do a sort of brief review or a brief summary and ask students to rate the one that they think is the best, or rank them in order of which they think is the best explanation or the best review. So I'll just give you a moment to have a look at those. And again, the nice thing about this is that you can kind of exaggerate the reviews to be more opinionated if you want to have, you know, take a more critical approach to the poem, or if you're looking to spark the idea that you can have alternative interpretations or people getting different meanings out of the poem and there's not one right answer. This can be a really nice way to exemplify that and kind of model that in a way that's still quite open to debate. Of course, it kind of does give an interpretation away, but it can be a nice scaffold in a way to get kind of students thinking hard about meaning, alternative meanings and interpretations. So yeah, so my tip one is using statements for discussion, debate, scaffolding, modelling, and just generally having those rich conversations about poetry. Tip two is, again, not revolutionary, but often very successful, is using poetry prompts. And there's lots of different ways that you can do this. And I'm just going to share a couple of poems that have been successful in my classroom in the past that I've really enjoyed. And a couple of those are About His Person by Simon Armitage and I Come From by Dean Atta. And I've found these poems really, really successful because they are obviously about identity, and students love to explore their own identity and that of their peers and their class and that of others as well. So it starts some really obviously students like it being all about me, so you can always get them to write about themselves, but it's also a really useful way of exploring identity. And I think the use of nouns is really interesting in terms of it can be a creative writing prompt, it could be a narrative prompt, it could be a poetry prompt, and it provides a scaffold for students to put their own ideas in, either about their own identity or to create a character and to use the poem's frame to create their own characters. It just takes some of the cognitive load off I haven't got to design my poem, you know, as I haven't got to do my rhyme scheme or a stanza or get bogged down in all of that. They've got a scaffold, they've got a prompt, and they can work with that. And those are a couple of poems, again, that I've found really successful for poetry prompts, creative writing prompts, and rich discussions in the classroom. Another way of using a poetry prompt is a really explicit scaffold. So this is a guy who I found on Twitter, Joseph Fasano, and he shared these wonderful themed poetry lists where he'd just give a theme, happiness, and then say, share all your poems on happiness. And it was a really great thread of people's favourite poems. And then I noticed that he started to do these poetry prompts, which are very explicit prompts with kind of, they're just sort of fill in the gaps, if you like. And again, if students are intimidated by poetry or think they can't write poetry, you know, everyone can have a go at this. It's so accessible. And I found teachers and students alike really enjoy that. And I think in this case, it's great to, do the prompt, model it yourself, let the students have a go, and the teacher write too. So don't always forget that we are writers too, and the students, it's really important that they see us write. So if we have time at the end of the session, I would love to go back and we all have a go at this happiness poem, because don't we all need that on a winter's morning. So that's another example of a poetry prompt, a very explicit scaffold, a kind of fill in the gap scaffold. You can also use lists to prompt poetry. So these are some other things that I've used and magpied from different places that have worked well. So this is a little bit looser because you're not necessarily giving them the scaffold of the poem structure. But you could write a list of things. I'll just let you read that. Or you can take other people's first lines, and that could be from prose, poetry, drama. Just a one-line prompt can be a really nice way to get people started. So again, those are some first lines that I've used, and I'll just let you read those. And actually, I'll just take a moment to ask you, if you were starting, oh, I've lost the chat now. If you were starting, which first line would you use with your students? I'll just get back in the chat because I'm having to do that on my phone. Yeah, which line would you use with your students if you were going to use the first lines activity? And I'll try and hop back in the chat. Lovely. Yeah, we left before we had time. Yeah, I love that one because Philip, why was she never going to buy flowers? You know, you can really have a lovely reveal with that, can't you? Yes, lovely, Amy. Our romantic in our midst. 7 minutes after midnight. There's tension already, isn't there? Yeah, that's my favourite. I write this sitting in the kitchen sink. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, so immediately you've got choices taking place, haven't you? If you're giving the student options and you're giving them choices, and that's already a creative choice, but they've got a place to start. Great. We can also use pictures, of course, without it being a GCSE question 5, task. We can use pictures and get them in the habit of responding to pictures, but not in a kind of, whatever it is, drop shift zoom, write this in 45 minutes as a sort of mini GCSE task. We can have a picture prompt like this, and there's lots of free images on Pixabay and places like that you can grab. I like this one because it reminded me of Baby Shoes, the shortest poem, Hemingway's shortest poem. So I saw this one and thought, oh yes, that could be a way into using Baby Shoes. There's another lovely lesson from Let's Think English that looks at the difference between poetry and prose and what is a poem, that's all around using that poem, Baby Shoes. Yeah, good point, Victoria. You do have to be careful of triggers, of course. That's a really fair point, and obviously select them carefully. So words might be easier from that point of view because you've got more control over it. Thank you, Victoria. Yes, for teachers, absolutely. I fully agree. I like the fact that the genders are quite neutral in that picture too. But yeah, it could be it could be difficult for some people. Thank you, Victoria, for that. Really good point. The other, which is sort of similar to poetry prompts, really, is poetry pairs. So I really like with text always thinking about foils, and I was after a foil for the Sherlock story, Speckled Band, and went on Twitter and got a brilliant response about some great ideas for foil text or partner text like that. We can really do this successfully with poetry as well. So I think finding poems which contradict each other in kind of form, mood, or tone, or perhaps they might have the same theme but be centuries apart. One thing again that this was from a Let's Think English lesson that was fantastic and always really successful. And one of the optional tasks at the end was to respond to the poem, and the kids wrote hilarious answers to this. So I'll let you just read the poem if you don't know it. It's quite a well-known poem for most teachers probably, but I'll let you read the poem. And we would ask them to just, follow a very similar structure to the poem again, using that as a scaffold, and ask them to write back to the person who ate their plums. And we got some very amusing poetry about that. And again, if we have time at the end, I'll either come back and we'll do the happiness poem, or we'll do an answer to This Is Just to Say. to see if we can get enjoying our poetry ourselves and get teachers writing too. Another thing I would say is, much as I'm a fan of freedom and creativity and expression, I would say that form is your friend. So I've done my hilarious pun title of Form Friends there, but a form is your friend when you're teaching poetry, partly because as you've seen with the prompts, it gives you a scaffold. But also I think people can really underestimate what students are capable of, and they can manage quite complex forms. If they're writing it themselves, it gives them a structure. And I've had a success in my old school and also now at ARC with a slam sonnets scheme. It's a very short mini scheme, and it looks something like this. And this is for year 7, and we teach them
1 minute, Steph.
Oh, we teach them. Oh, wow! I have that. I've gone quickly. We teach them the forms, and they have a slam poetry performance at the end. So don't think that year 7s can't cope with writing sonnets and getting the form spot on. We have brilliant poems. And finally, real world outcomes. So with the slam sonnets, have a performance, have an event, invite poets to your school, take them to see slam poetry, but watch the language. Make it exist in the real world and see that poets are living people with lots to say. And much as their teachers are, I'd love it if we have a break in the schedule for some of you to have a go at either answering the poem about the plums or having a go at the happiness poem. And I'll pop that up and share them on Twitter. Share your poems today. Write me a poem. Write ourselves a poem, because teachers are poets too.
Thank you so much, Steph. That was absolutely amazing. Really enjoyed that. I know everybody else did who was interacting and engaging in the chat. In terms of I know there's a question about the presentations today. All of the presentations where permissions have been granted will be available, and I think most have, will be available via our TES page for free to download. Now, we'll post a link for that TES page later on in the event today. I haven't got it to hand, but I'll find it, and then you can just visit that link. We will email everybody anyway post event who's signed up today with that link. But if you're watching on the live stream somewhere, then we'll post it on screen as well. Absolutely brilliant, Steph. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks for having me.
Brilliant. Cheers. We're now going to introduce our next speaker. And as you can see, we are sticking very rigidly to our 15 minutes, being very sort of pedantic about it. Matt, good morning to you.
Morning, mate. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you perfect.
Brilliant.
How are you this morning?
I'm okay, mate. I'm okay. Yeah. I'm just, yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Brilliant. Yeah, no, perfect. We've got your slides ready to go. So I'll just do a little introduction in case anybody doesn't know you. Matt is an English teacher. His book, Boys Do Cry, looks at boys' mental health and well-being within the context of education. It was released this summer. So if you want to check that out, do so. And Matt is still teaching English in schools at the moment. So we've got a fantastic presentation from Matt on teaching texts featuring suicide, which is obviously a very important topic, which he's going to present on now. Matt, just before you start, do you want to click that little hide button on your screen? There's a little stream. That's the one. Click hide there. Yeah, brilliant. Done. Thank you, mate. I will now remove myself and hand over to you.
Cool. Thanks, Tom. Morning, everyone. Yeah, we're going to go. Steph's presentation was so nice and so positive, and now all of a sudden we've got to talk about suicide. I do think it is a positive thing to talk about it. So hopefully it's not all doom and gloom. Hopefully you'll go away after this short presentation feeling that you're maybe a little more able to do a little more good. So first things first, of course, anybody that's listening to this, please, 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 I can't emphasize enough that help is there if you need it. The Samaritans are the experts, you know, so if you do need to talk, then they're always there for you. So why am I talking about teaching texts featuring suicide? The reason I became very interested in this is after about 10 or 11 years of teaching English, I realized that I'd had zero training on how to talk about suicide and how to discuss it. And that's despite the fact that for 10 years I'd been teaching lots of texts featuring suicide, Romeo and Juliet, Inspector Calls, Macbeth. And I just thought it was a little bit concerning, really. So what I did was I spoke to some academics, experts on suicide. I spoke to the Samaritans, and what they were able to help me do was to come up with a set of guidelines for teachers around teaching texts featuring suicide. So I'm just going to share those with you today. Just, you know, as a background, obviously boys and masculinity is something that I talk a lot about. Please, you know, boys and girls, you know, they can both die by suicide. I do find it very interesting that the well-known male adult statistic, you know, 75% of adult suicides are men. I do find it interesting that sadly that is reflected in children and adolescents too. So yeah, 72% of young people who died by suicide in 2020 were boys. Also, know that, you know, suicide, or certainly suicidal thoughts, is something that many teachers do deal with and are faced with, and lots of us feel quite unprepared actually on how to deal with the topic of suicide. When you ask teachers, they'll say that, you know, it's a lack of training. Often teachers, and I think it's a reasonable worry, they worry about making the situation worse when they're talking about suicide. So it is important that we do know how to talk about suicide. I do want to quickly, before I bang through all my ideas and my suggestions, I do want to talk about recent research actually. It is important to note that there recent, like a big review, a big meta-analysis did show that actually exposing students to texts featuring suicide don't increase the likelihood of a child taking their own life. So really my suggestions, really it's a moral good. You know, you could not follow my suggestions and it's unlikely to have any negative impact. However, I do think that for students who are struggling with suicidal thoughts, the suggestions that I'm offering can be really useful. So first things first, you know, you do need to think about the impact of suicide on your students. When you're teaching something like Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet, and Inspector Calls, it can often be tempting to remove certain children. In actual fact, Samaritans suggest that this isn't something you should do unless that child expressly says they cannot cope. Actually, it is very important that we do talk about suicide, and actually some of our more vulnerable pupils can learn a lot from lessons in which suicide it might be, you know, a topic of discussion. I signposted to support services at the beginning of this talk. I signpost to support services in every single Romeo and Juliet, every single Inspector Calls lesson that I teach. The slide in front of you, I've actually just printed this off. It's always there at the beginning of my PowerPoint slides, and it's something that I expressly say to students at the beginning of every lesson, which is, I'll be honest with you, it can be awkward and a little bit strange. Like, you know, sometimes they're like, cool, that's a bit heavy, sir. We only came in to learn a bit of English and now you're talking about this. But it is important that students know that the support is there. So let's go into sort of the nitty gritty then. So this is based really on my suggestions are kind of an adaptation of the Samaritan's guidelines for journalists and media outlets in reporting suicide. It's really important that you avoid, where possible, giving too much detail about the method of suicide. So that can be quite awkward with things like an inspector calls, where the inspector talks about how Eva Smith killed herself. Obviously, we also know, Romeo and Juliet. We know that, you know, he dies by poison and her by a knife. It really is important that you gloss over those things. So I've had students weirdly, you know, oh, what poison do you think Romeo had? You know, you shouldn't answer those questions. And certainly that big discussion about Eva Smith drinking bleach, that's not something I would focus on. I'd read it and move on. It's really important that wherever possible, we don't, you know, talk about methods of suicide and exactly how somebody might die by suicide. I think it is, there is some research to suggest that there is a risk of imitative behavior due to over-identification. You know, I think when we look at Romeo and Juliet, you know, Juliet's a teenage girl. We never actually find out how old Romeo is, but let's assume he's a teenager, you know. There is a risk that perhaps students could over-identify with these people and romanticize them. I always try and negate that wherever possible. A very easy way to do this is to constantly talk about characters purely as literary constructs rather than, you know, as real people. So language changes. Downplaying the similarities between the characters you're reading about or seeing on stage. You know, when I'm teaching Romeo and Juliet or Eva Smith, you know, comments like, you know, this was a different time where they didn't have support. People weren't as clued up on mental health. Obviously, anybody going through that sort of situation nowadays in real life would never, ever, you know, need to go down that route, because as a society, we've become, you know, far better at dealing with this sort of things. And yeah, that's the comment there at the bottom. So also very important to say, never to suggest that a method of suicide is quick, easy, or painless. That's quite dangerous. So yeah, oversimplifying. This is an interesting one. Avoid aftermath blame talk. So it's really frowned upon, particularly in the mental health, like medication and therapy kind of worlds, to say to somebody something like, oh, but if you took your own life, you know, how do you think your family would feel? When you say things like those to people who are feeling suicidal or who are having suicidal thoughts, all you do is kind of sort of add to their guilt. And they don't need the burden of that guilt. That can often make them feel worse. I used to always do this kind of lesson, like who's to blame for Eva Smith's death in an inspector calls. I would never do that lesson now. Apportioning blame does not work. It's not a healthy thing to do. So if you are going to do that sort of thing, a lesson of, you know, who treats Eva Smith the most badly is a lot better than who's to blame for her death. Evidence has shown that, you know, harnessing what's called the Papageno effect. So looking at text where characters overcome adversity and live good lives can be really important. I heard about one teacher who was teaching Romeo and Juliet and was talking about, you know, how they could have been together had they lived, now. So there is research there that shows that showing characters overcoming adversity is really important. Now, you've got to teach Romeo and Juliet. You've got to talk about an Inspector Calls, or you've got to teach Macbeth. But certainly in your Key Stage 3 curriculum, are there texts that you can bring in that show characters in these very stressful situations, but overcoming that? Of course, really important to avoid glorifying suicide. So, really try not to promote the idea that suicide produces results, and avoid portraying it positively. I've spoken lots about Baz Luhrmann's very problematic depiction of the suicide scene at the end of Romeo and Juliet. Now, for those of you that have read the Shakespeare, you'll know that actually in Shakespeare's original production, or Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, the death scene is in this dark crypt, dark tomb. Tybalt's mangled corpse is on stage. Paris's his corpse is on stage. Friar Lawrence, when he enters the scene, keeps talking about the blood that's everywhere. It's a very dark, hostile environment, and yet Baz Luhrmann, as you can see in the pictures that I'm showing you here, really has made it like this beautiful romantic. You can see the young lovers there, kind of almost looking as though they're sleeping peacefully together, and that's a really problematic thing. I always show this scene, and I'm very open in how I criticize it, because what I do is I show this scene and then I draw the scene from the original play on the board as we're reading through it, adding, Paris's dead corpse, blood everywhere. And I'm very, we have some really interesting debates. And actually a lot of the students can have this, I have students who are able to articulate the fact now that depicting suicide in this way is really problematic. Finally, just to finish off, do just be mindful of language. So we should never say things like commit suicide. That's from suicide was illegal until 1961. You can commit murder, you can commit arson, you can commit robbery, you can commit vandalism, but we should never really say committing suicide. Died by suicide is preferable. Cool. Okay. So I rambled on a bit there. I've got a bit of a cold and stuff, but I hope you got something from that, and you feel a little better about teaching text featuring suicide in the future. Cool. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Matt. That was absolutely brilliant. Really, really insightful and really powerful. So thank you so much for that contribution there. And I know that many teachers, not just English teachers, will hugely benefit from that as well. So thank you very much for that presentation, Matt. Now, I wasn't expecting to come up on screen this morning. And as a history teacher, I do feel a little bit like I don't really belong here, but I just wanted to talk about how you can participate in the show today. So the hashtag that we're using today is hashtag TTR English. And if you want to win a limited edition Teachers Talk Radio mug, you can share a selfie of you watching today's event live online using that hashtag TTR English. We have 3 mugs to give away, and so remember to share your picture on the hashtag. Now, our next contribution today is from the Literacy Company. Their dedicated consultants collaborate with schools to elevate English standards, discover proven and enjoyable teaching methodologies by visiting www.theliteracycompany.co.uk for the award-winning Pathways Literacy programs that are now in over 600 schools across the UK. We can hear it much better from the Literacy Company themselves.
Hi, I'm Sean from the Literacy Company. I hope you're enjoying the event so far. I know you've got lots of great speakers lined up, and there'll be more to come after this. Just come along as one of the sponsors of today's event just to tell you a little bit more about us here at the Literacy Company and how we might be able to support you in school. So here we are, our lovely team based up in Chester in Cheshire, and this year we're excited because we're celebrating our 10th anniversary. We are a growing company. We have a team of consultants, all of us who are either previously or currently teachers, and obviously our business support team as well, who are there at the end of an email or a phone line to support you. We do understand the demands of teaching and school life and the constant changes that you have in education. So we always aim to be innovative. Like I said, we've been teachers, so we really know how to support and how to help with those demands. We are passionate about English teaching. You can see the wonderful range of books behind me, and our key passion are those high quality picture books. So everything we do has that around it really, and we're really lucky to have this to work with. And we have a wide range of knowledge throughout the team and across a variety of subjects linked to English. So whatever it is that you might need help with, please do get in touch. You know, from early years phonics through to moderation in year 6 or key stage 3 transition, we have an expert that can help you. And wherever you are in your stage of your career as well, we are there. We've worked with students all the way up to headship. And over these 10 years, we have seen people go throughout those stages in their career, from students to subject leaders, deputy heads into headship. And equally, if you're a TA or, TAs looking for support, we can work with whoever needs it in school. So what do we do in schools? Well, we do have that in-school support branch to the company. And so we can go in and look at books. We can support with planning, deliver staff meetings, insets, team teach. Again, whatever it is that you need help with, the first thing to do is to get in touch with us and we can build what you need. We have a range of courses as well, which you can find them if you maybe follow us on our social media, but also we put them on our website, which I'll show you how to get to at the very end. Some of those are face-to-face, others are online, which is great if you're a bit further afield, and then you can join us. And some of our online courses are also ones that you can do at your own leisure. So subject knowledge videos we have new 2 courses for year groups, and they're ones that you can work through at your own pace as well. If you're a part of a cluster or a multi-academy trust, again, get in touch. We can offer a both support and training package, whether that's on a key skill, such as we've just done one around spoken language for a group of schools in Manchester, or whether you want to get all your schools together for moderation support. We can do that. And working in that way, you can share out those costs as well and make sure that colleagues are working collaboratively. And the final thing on there, which I'm going to go into a little bit more detail, is our programmes of work that we have in schools. So that's our Pathways Literacy and portfolio of programmes. We're delighted that we've won awards for these programmes and that we're in over 600 schools across the country and beyond as well. We make sure that everything is carefully mapped out following the national curriculum. And what we also do is we build progressively. So we work on a mastery approach. So children aren't being overloaded with skills. They have a core number of skills that they are working on each half term in our programme so that they can really, really master them. We've got an example here of some of our Pathways to Write themed units and core units, and also some newer ones that we've created. We're really passionate that children are having that wealth and breadth of text. And we've made sure that we are picking up on the spiritual, moral, social and cultural aspects of education that we want children to be aware of. So Alba's a perfect example of that. And we've gone for more diverse representations as well. So our tower, again, just builds that social understanding of where children are living in the UK. If you are in Key Stage 3, then you might be interested in some of our transition tech. As I've said, all our programmes are available and they all link. They can complement each other. They can also stand alone. So you can see that we obviously have reading, writing, poetry, just 1 week units if you wanted that, spelling, an intervention programme and some home learning. If any of this sounds of interest to you, then please do visit our website using the link or the QR code. And with those units of work, we do offer free trials as well. So thank you very much for listening and we hope to hear from you soon.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the Literacy Company. Tom, over to you.
Welcome back, everyone. Massive thanks to the Literacy Company and all our other sponsors for supporting us today. You'll hear more from the other sponsors later on. Now got Zara, hopefully. Hello, Zara. How are you?
Hi, I'm well. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful.
First of all, I'm going to give you a big up for helping me out on the last English event we run in Manchester, where we had the Conservative Party conference, we had the train strike, we had lots of other things, and Zara kindly helped out in the sort of setup for that event. So a massive thanks for that. Really looking forward to this presentation. I'll give Zara a little introduction. Zara is an author, Key Stage 4 coordinator, teaching and learning specialist for the Leading Learning Partnership in Leeds, a link governor for teaching and learning, and a passionate advocate for equity and evidence-informed practice. Zara has an MA in teaching and is also a mentor and Lit Drive UK regional lead for West Yorkshire. Just before I hand over to you, Zara, I would encourage everybody to use the hashtag today. If you're on social media, you can use the hashtag TTREnglish. We will reshare and repost anything that you post on any social network. We are streaming to 3 YouTube channels and also across X and LinkedIn today, as well as through the webinar, which people have signed up to prior to the event. So welcome to everybody who is watching everywhere. It's really great that you've decided to join us today. If you want to win a Teachers Talk Radio mug, you just have to post a picture of you watching the event with the hashtag TTREnglish, and we will send you a limited edition Teachers Talk Radio mug for safekeeping or maybe drinking from, but who knows. Zara, you've got 15 minutes and I'm going to hand over to you now.
Wonderful. Can you see my screen okay?
Oh yeah, can you just hover over where it says hide and click hide?
I will do that, and there we go. Fabulous. Right, thanks for that, Tom. So time has started now. I'll try my best. When Tom spoke to me and asked me what I wanted to present on, I think it was a no-brainer to talk about the bread and butter that features into our everyday workings and the dynamics of being in an English classroom, which is feedback. It's wonderful that we're in this place right now as a profession where we're talking about feedback. We're constantly refining the process. I think back to how it was like when I trained, and feedback was this massive mountain. There were lots of misconceptions. But I think over the years, we started to understand the significant impact that feedback does have on teacher workload, and that there is very little evidence to suggest that students writing a lot in students' books is going to result in improved outcomes in the long term. So I'm not preaching to I'm preaching to the converted here, that we all recognize that. And unsurprisingly, again, all the research tells us this as well, but we recognize that as English teachers, especially when we have to read very lengthy pieces of work, and don't make the mistake that I made with short stories the other day. I didn't set a word limit and I got an 1,800 word story to mark. That feedback is the biggest contributor to unsustainable workload. Again, we know, and this is not, we don't need research to tell us this, we know because our experience tells us this, that writing more, the quantity does not necessarily equate to the quantity. So we are in this position where, as departments, as individuals, we're refining this so that we can make this process efficient. So I am not going to sit here and tell you something new. I'm literally going to share my story, my journey, because in this process of trying to make this make feedback effective, make students interact with that feedback, with all of that time that I'm spending writing in books. As part of this, my journey took a shift in gear, let's say, when I came across a keynote speech by Matthew Syed. And this was a few years ago. It was part of a Red Kite Training Alliance Day. Matthew Syed was doing a keynote. It had a very TED Talk feel to it. We were in the massive Harrogate Convention Centre. And Matthew started to talk about how we can learn some lessons from marginal gains and this concept which has completely transformed British sport. He talked about this idea where in British sport, taking every tiny advantage, looking at every tiny improvement, however small, it starts to ultimately add up to something big. And specifically, he started to talk about the British cycling team. Now, what fascinated me was how unsuccessful the British cycling team was before this shift in gear. And I'm an English teacher, so of course I'll throw in a few, I'll extend that metaphor. I think since 1908, since 1908, they had only won a single gold medal. They'd done much worse in the Tour de France. For 110 years, they'd had no success. It was so bad that the top manufacturer of bicycles in Europe had pulled away and refused to sponsor the British cycling team because they were very conscious of the negative impact that it would have on their sales. And then this new coach comes in with a completely different mindset, David Balesford. And David Balesford's ideology was that if you could break every single thing down that you can think of when you're riding a bike. So we're talking everything. We're not talking about just the rider. We're talking about the bike, the engineering. If you break every single thing down and you find those gaps, those improvements, you make them by 1%, you will eventually get that significant increase when you put everything back together. And let me just give you some examples of how transformative this was. So naturally, they started to become more specific in their warm-ups. Naturally, they started to become more specific in what their team was eating, when they were eating, etc. But then when they traveled, they installed these plush airline seats on the coaches to maximize comfort. When they traveled, they started to road test the bikes in aerodynamic tunnels, and they found that the residue dust when the bikes were being transported was impacting the speed of the bikes. And then they started to work on that. They introduced the sanitizing system, so you had to double sanitize. And one of my favorite stories is when Matthew Syed was traveling with the team on the bus, and he was researching for his book. They did a pit stop. It was a toilet break, and as soon as he comes back on the bus, he has 3 hands offering him a sanitizer, so he's double sanitizing. Another really favorite thing of mine is how they traveled with the aerodynamic hypoallergenic mattresses with their pillows, recognizing that even that night's sleep was important to ensure that they were maximizing productivity. They painted the inside of their bus white so that they could detect dust, and they could therefore manage dust and therefore reduce chances of infection. So as you can see, where I'm headed with this is, and I was sitting there listening to it, they're looking and thinking about every single aspect, and they're thinking about those tiny gains. Yes, they have their biggest goal. But my favorite thing, which is why I've included this video, I'm not going to play it right now, but I've included it because if you do want to launch it, is about sharing the vision. So this is Matthew Syed briefly talking about marginal gains. They shared the vision. Everyone, including the bus driver, knew why they were doing, what they were doing, and why they were doing it. And this is where what I'm going to say is maybe, we already do this, but I started to do this more, really talking about why I had given the feedback in the way that I had, communicating, talking to the students about marginal gains, telling them the story so that they knew why we started to work and emphasize on those 1% improvements. So unsurprisingly, it came with results. I want to pause that. It came with results. So from 2007, pause, there we go. So from 2007 to 2017, within 5 years, this is the impact that started. By the time it was 2007, this is the impact. 178 world championships. Compare that with only 1 gold medal. 66 Olympic and Paralympic gold medals. 5 Tour de France victories. They went from, a pundit described them as a laughing stock, to being the most successful cycling run in cycling history, forget British history. So clearly this approach was churning up the results. So what does that mean like in English? Now, obviously I walked away from that thinking, how does that feature in my lessons? I was already doing a version of this in my previous school. When I joined the grammar school at Leeds, we had what we call our feedback for progress sheets. What you're seeing right now is a modified version of what we used to use then. So we would have a big strengths box and then a challenge box. Our student, just checking on time, strength and challenge target box. And then within that, we had various actions that we would highlight. We would identify where we wanted our students to make improvements. And that's what we were using as a department. But when I started to really think about marginal gains, the thing was, how can we break some of the bigger tasks down? So we had fewer actions when we started off. We started to think about how we could break some of those actions down further to be more specific, like all the things that we can think about when we want students to use evidence, contextualize it, embed it, use it to link to another piece of evidence, started to break them down into those tinier components, really thinking about that 1%. The next challenge was, we were writing these actions down. For example, be specific when you talk about the reader. And the reality is that if a student doesn't know how to be specific the first time, they won't be able to do it the second time when you ask them to. So it was important for students to act on those marginal gains, on those tiny incremental changes. They needed a scaffold. So we started to review these feedback sheets and we added sentence starters. So if you look at action 12, which is be specific when you talk about the reader, it reads, makes the reader visualize how, ... creating an atmosphere of. And that's now been further modified to include makes the reader appreciate just how. So it's just the subtleties, the little things, giving the students that scaffold, that tool, that sentence opener just to get them going. And then recognizing that marginal gains is not just about filling gaps, but it's about making those improvements and then moving further. And this is where you can see how this can be, these are the steps that you want your students to take to start to work towards mastery. So in our reading feedback sheet on the right-hand side, I remember, I will share these, by the way. Chris Curtis, many years ago, wrote this wonderful blog where he talked about how you can just take sentences to the next level. The more sentence, the less sentence. And Anne Williams, who worked with us then, she compiled all of those, put them in this massive document, and she put them on our school website. Now, since then, we've been trying and encouraging our students to use that. But we realized that the students didn't realize that this resource existed to develop and to improve and to start to move them towards mastery. And we've refined that document over the years. So action 7 on the reading feedback sheet for Key Stage 3 standard is use a sentences pack to elevate your expression. And this is where we expect students to go onto the website and to start to have a look and to start to make those improvements. And then recognizing that this is not a stationary document, because this is one of the mistakes we made. This is not about a worksheet. It's about having conversations before timed practices. It's about having conversations after timed practices. Did this work? What do we need to improve? How do we take it further? And then talking to the department so it's a live document, because only then can you have the impact that you want. So what this looks like in practice, we get a piece of work, we give the bigger target in the box above. So this is where we're talking about global moves, that we want you to be more conceptualized in your argument, for example. We want you to track a greater range of key moments that you notice about the character. But marginal gains is the local operations. These are the action points. That's where you realize that your learner still needs to refine something. Maybe they've missed a method that they could have identified in a certain moment. And then you highlight where that learner needs to make that improvement. This is an example from a Year 7 piece of work. It doesn't show you where the students improved. I couldn't get the pictures at the right time. But the student then goes away, gets the purple pen out, which is our policy, and makes that improvement. So they have a bigger target. So developing inferences, exploring alternative ideas, but their micro target is to zoom in, looking at exploring the method in that particular quotation, the marginal gain. Again, when we're looking at writing, the key thing is when you have a sheet like this, one of the mistakes you can easily make is you start to highlight loads because everything's written down for you. And you have to really restrict yourself and think about what that next step is. So in this piece of writing that you look at, the green highlighter is just the action for making corrections for spelling, punctuation and grammar. So that's the only thing that I've decided to focus on for this particular child for their local operations. So I've gone and I've highlighted, and you can't see this very clearly, but this child has made those improvements in purple pen. The pink highlighter is all the things I love. This is when I just don't want to write anything. 2 highlighters, highlight away. This is one of my favorite examples, a Year 9 student who was new to English, who had all these wonderful ideas and was writing this really interesting essay on Chinua Achebe's Dead Man's Path, really grappling with some of the key core ideas of the text. And I wanted midway through this student to contextualize the evidence, which is a very niche. It is literally that 1% improvement. So their main target is bigger. But where you want them to contextualize the evidence halfway through, all I've done is I've identified that. I've told the student, I've literally told them what number. This is verbal feedback, and they've added and they've made that improvement in purple pen. And again, this is what I'm saying. These are the possibilities. Once this starts to become part of culture and students have these sheets glued in and you're using them, and this is just part of your modus operandi, then it becomes, it can be verbal. So this is an example where we do Key Stage, we do a 5-a-day task where students read a text and there's a quick first 5 minutes and there's usually a question that goes with it. This is a year 8 student responding in their personal channel on Microsoft Teams. And I scanned it very quickly, done the register, scanned it on my device, and I noticed that the student was not being specific when they were talking about the reader. All I did was scan it, said, Sam, can you just look at action 8 at this point? They went away, they made the improvement. Even before I'd moved on to the next task, this was resubmitted. So this is where it's all the possibilities. Once students recognize that it's all about 1% and that 1% matters, they start acting on it. And that's where metacognition comes in. You automate the process. So key stage 4, I've made AQA. We've taken the marginal gains approach and we've added it to the mark schemes. I've made these sheets. Again, they're available if you follow my hashtag. If you find me on Twitter, you'll find them there. And again, this is work that a student had done on OneNote. All I've done is I've added action 8 on the right-hand side. I don't even have to write those. The student has gone away. This is just before the exams, and they've made the improvements. They've highlighted, put it in purple. And what was my favorite thing, this is honestly will always be my favorite thing, is I get the students to take pictures of their active revision. And this is that same student who taken a picture and said, Miss,
1 minute, Zara.
Yeah, got it on here. So, Miss, I've downloaded it and I've worked through this myself and I've self-assessed and I've made my improvements. So over time, when something like this worked well, is not only giving students an opportunity to make those improvements, but it's also providing them that challenge. It is about desirable difficulties because they know what they need to do and how they need to do it. But ultimately, we will keep talking about feedback. Why? Because we know that when we do it right, it increases overall standards. We know that it can increase by 50%. If you do it right, effective feedback can increase the pace of learning by 50%. And it can almost double the average student growth. So it's a no-brainer, absolutely a no-brainer. All I would say is that's the last thing I would leave you with. Everything works somewhere, nothing works everywhere. It's not about the sheets. It's about making sure that you're having that conversation, you're embedding it, you're constantly collaborating with the people, because going back to what Team Sky did, even the bus driver knew what they were doing and why they were doing it. So the incremental change works when it becomes something that everyone believes in and buys into. That's it.
Wow. Amazing. Zara, thanks for that. So good. I can't believe how good these presentations are. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Amazing stuff. And yeah, see you again soon. We've got,
thank you.
Yeah, cheers. We've got Cecilia coming next, hopefully, with a bit of luck. Hello, Cecilia. How are you this morning?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for agreeing to present today. Really, really looking forward to it. Just while we're waiting, just a quick shout out to all our sponsors today. The Literacy Company, Tassamai, Reading Solutions UK, My New Term, and the English Department. We've already heard from the Literacy Company. We're going to be hearing from all our other sponsors as we go through the event today, which keep this event completely free, open stream, open access, including the recording for the event as well, which is available on the same link that you probably signed up for this event on. If you are watching this on the live stream, you can still sign up for the recording. If you just visit us on X or Twitter, as it was formerly known, at TTR English, you can then sign up on our pinned tweet to access the recording post-event. But absolutely brilliant ideas so far. I'll just give you a little introduction, Cecilia, if that's okay. Cecilia teaches in the East Midlands and completed the Teach First program this year. You're taking a master's module, and a dissertation will be looking at how to evaluate the effectiveness of teacher subject pedagogic knowledge in relation to assessment objective 2. You're also undertaking a PhD to consider how philosophy of education influences the resilience of Teach First candidates. That sounds really interesting. This talk will offer some tips on how to get students to remember quotations. Hopefully we can share your slides. There we go. So Cecilia, I'm going to pass over to you.
Great, thank you, Tom. So yeah, I just wanted to offer 3 tips on how to get students to remember quotations. First of all, talking about why it's important. So of course, we know about GCSE English literature, where students being expected to use references. And then on the next slide, I'll show how, in order to help them improve and increase their marks, they need to be able to make precise references. And not only for English literature, but also for English language. When they have to deal with unseen text, they need to be able to find evidence that they can talk about, and being able to explain that evidence as well. Lastly, students are able to comment and analyse on how language is being used, because when they have that memory, that bank of quotations in the memory, they don't need to think much about what quotations to use, but rather they can focus on analysis instead. And so, like I said, on the GCSE literature mark scheme, in order to achieve level 6, students need to make judicious use of precise references to support their interpretations. So it's great that they are giving interpretations, but in order for them to do as well as possible, they need to be precise in those. And then when it comes to analysing writers' methods, that's what I get them to do when they are remembering quotations as well. And again, for English language, for example, for instance, question 2 and question 3 on English language paper 2 and English language paper 1, you've got that students also need to be analysing the effects of writers' choices of language. And so they need to be thinking a lot about what quotations mean, rather than not just remembering them as well. So to do that, I use do nows, quizzes and plenaries in school, but also for homework, I for my Key Stage 4 students, year 10 and year 11, I asked them to create flashcards. And then I use those flashcards to do what we do in school. So the first tip is to make your expectations clear and explain why it's important. It's just as Zara was saying previously about sharing the vision with them in terms of them knowing what they're going to be expected to do for their English literature exams. It can seem daunting to them at first, because they essentially have to they approach an extract and they need to be able to understand where the extract is coming from in the text, know what happens before, know what happens after, so that they can give as good of a response as possible. So for flashcards, I ask students to write the quotation on one side, and on the other side, they complete a what, why, when, and themes. So the what is basically what the quotation means. The why is why it's being said, why the author is presenting the character a certain way. When, again, when it was said, not just for them to say, oh, Stave 2 for A Christmas Carol or Act 3 for Inspector Calls, but actually be specific about what was happening when that was being said. So, for example, when Sheila says, so I'm really responsible, we need to know that that happened after Sheila realises what she did, how what she did to Eva Smith affected what happened to her after. And then themes, so themes that they can relate the quotation to. Ideally, the best quotations, you should be able to relate to more than one theme. And for year 11, after I've been doing flashcards for a few weeks, I've realised it would be quite helpful for them to also add what poems they can link it to when they're revising. And so before they even get into the exam, they're already making links with other texts as well. So the second thing I do is I make it a part of the lesson. So when I check their homework, I use what they've done in their homework to quiz in lessons. So for example, for my year 10, we did a short plenary when I used geocoding to get them to link the images to quotations from Stave 1 of A Christmas Carol. And this, I'm hoping not to maybe use decoding too much so that it doesn't get to, doesn't seem like too much of a fad, but rather just to help them to remember quotations rather than just reading off their flashcards. They see that the homework is useful and it's actually important for them. Second thing that I've done is I've also used the do now. So they do the same thing that they did on the flashcards, and they do it for a different quotation, essentially. And the last thing that I do is I make it rewarding. So I use, so we've got, obviously most schools have behaviour and achievement policies. And so students see that I'm really pleased with them doing their homework. And, just yesterday when I praised a student for having detail on her flashcards, she wanted to have extra points for that. And so they know that I'm pleased when they do it, and they actually get engaged in that. And so, for example, here with Flashcard Bingo, the idea is that students will write the quotations that they know, and then they've got the images at the bottom to help them figure out what the quotations are. So I was hoping if you guys wanted, you could actually in the chat see if you can list these quotations yourself. I've just seen a message for Key Stage 3 students. Absolutely. I think it would actually be really good if they could get into the habit of remembering quotations, especially since all the text that they study in Key Stage 3 will link to Key Stage 4, they can get into that habit of seeing similar themes across quotations. Yeah, so we use whiteboards quite a bit at our school, and the idea is that it's easier for the teacher to see all answers at once rather than just calling on a certain number of answers. Yep, solitaire is nicer, absolutely. Anyone remember the other simile that's used to describe Scrooge? Yeah, as light as the feather is also used, and then you've got I cannot afford to make idle people merry. So yeah, that's basically how I would suggest getting students to make quotations. Definitely, mankind was my business. So that's it. That's me. Done really. Unless anyone else had any more questions. And hard and sharp as flint, definitely.
That's fantastic, Cecilia. No problem. Thank you very much indeed. Amazing. Again, if you want to contact Cecilia, her information is on screen. Do give her a follow at teach_simple on Twitter or X. Twitter as it's formerly known, or drop her an email. Email's on screen now. Really generous sharing. Thank you ever so much, Cecilia. It was absolutely fantastic.
No problem. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. So that was Cecilia, and next up, coming in a moment, hopefully, is Hayley. Hayley is going to be presenting on using academic theory as a springboard for discussion and thesis statement generator in English literature GCSE. Hayley, we'll just check we've got your slides. Oh, I think we have now. We have. Yeah, perfect. So just before I hand over to the wonderful Hayley, it again would be great to mention the hashtag that we're using for the rest of today, which is hashtag TTR English. If you want to access the recording of this event, anybody who's watching, for example, on an open stream somewhere, you can do that by visiting at TTR English and just clicking on our pinned tweet. There's a link in there. And if you sign up on that link, the recording will be available on that link shortly after this event finishes. All the presentations will be uploaded onto our TES page for free download for those presenters who have given us permissions to do so. And yeah, we've still got so many amazing speakers still to come. So really, really exciting. I'm now going to pass over to Hayley.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Tom. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, I have used this app a few times, but sometimes it goes wrong, sometimes it doesn't. So
don't worry.
Brilliant. I'm going to talk very briefly today about something that I've spoken about kind of nationally in many conferences. So apologies if people have heard me talk about this before. Hopefully I've brought something a little bit new to this today. So we've just heard about the importance of quotations in English. Obviously, English is quotations are really important in English. However, what I'm going to suggest from being a marker for AQA for 15 years and also from being an English teacher for 16 years is that actually in literature, it's the big ideas that are just as important in literature exams as quotations. And one of the things that we can take into account for this is academic theory as well. So I'm going to start off with an amazing quote by Walt Whitman. The powerful play goes on and you may contribute a verse. Now, I'm going to sound really uncultured now as an English teacher and a writer of many education books. But I actually first heard that quote, not from the work of Walt Whitman's Songs of Myself, but it was actually while watching the film Dead Poets Society with Robin Williams. And I was a little bit late to the party with this film, to be honest. I've always avoided watching films about teaching. I saw them as a bit of a busman's holiday because I was doing it every day as a job. And I know there are some who find the film slightly problematic, mostly due to its depictions of suicide, but also the depiction of teaching literature, which is sometimes seen as quite misleading and idealistic as well. Yeah, I loved it. Because the enthusiastic, passionate students that were actually featured in the film reminded me so much of an amazing Year 9 class that I had. I'd already taught them for a year since Year 8, and I just found out that I was going to keep them all the way through GCSE. What a treat. And I loved that approach that Robin Williams, John Keating took in the film, where he encouraged them to have opinions about the great debates in society. And that involved the use of that Whitman quote, and I thought it really, really apt. We don't want our students to be passive consumers of English literature. What we want is to give them a voice, to quote Whitman again, to hear their barbarious yawp across the rooftops. We don't want them to be bystanders in society. We want them to contribute to this great, fantastic epistemological knowledge that we have in English. So what John Keating wants for his pupils, I very much wanted, and this is echoed in all of the examiners' reports. It's really frustrating to mark literature and to actually see that quite a lot of people teach English literature a little bit like English language. Why are we teaching it like English language? It's not the same exam, it's not the same mark scheme. I've marked lots of literature responses where students are concentrating too much on single word analysis, labelling things as nouns, verbs and adjectives. If that isn't going to add to your interpretation of the big ideas in a literature piece, I wouldn't bother doing that. Quotes are important, but I've seen people get grade 8s and 9s with 2 or 3 quotes in a whole answer. It's much more about those big ideas, having that thesis, having that golden thread that runs all the way through it. And that's kind of what I'm going to talk about for the rest of this session. So, as I said before, literature is about big ideas. I saw Tom Needham write about this a while ago when he was talking about how students who get the highest grades at GCSE literature write essays that are focused on abstract and conceptual big ideas, and that's what the mark scheme tells us. Teaching and practicing analytical introductions is one of the ways we can ensure that students' writing is pitched at that top level. So that thesis, that big idea, that barbarious yawp, as what Walter Whitman calls it, becomes like a golden thread. I think of it as when you buy a stick of rock from Blackpool or whichever seaside destination you go to. I'm a northerner, so it's Blackpool. You know, it has running throughout it that kind of Blackpool, and that's exactly the same with a literature essay. It's got to have that golden thread running all the way through it. So having those pre-planned, explicitly taught big ideas that can then function as a top band essay introduction is actually a really worthwhile practice, and it'll improve the quality of essays as well. I would say much more worthwhile for me on getting the top end marks than sitting and memorizing 50, 60 quotations per text. Somebody else who's talked about this quite a lot is the amazing Andrew Atherton, also known as Codextrous for his Twitter profile. And he's talked about thesis statements and precision. And what he says is that actually it's a bit like when you're using a bowling ball. And I'm really rubbish at bowling, but when you release a bowling ball, you've got to get in the exact right position. You've got to have the right pressure. And if you release it with all of those active ingredients in mind, you're going to hit that strike. And that's the same with essays. We've got to be precise on exactly what we think and how, and then you spend the rest of the essay basically arguing that golden thread, that thesis that you've given at the start is correct. It's like almost like persuasive essay in a way. So this is what it might look like. So I've got a question here. How does Dickens present the Cratchits in A Christmas Carol? Well, the thesis might say something along the lines of that the Cratchits are the idealised family who act as a contrast to Scrooge and prove that money doesn't bring happiness. And then you'd spend the rest of that essay talking about the big ideas, the text as a vehicle, the characters as constructs, and you'd also thread some perhaps context in there if it's going to move on your analysis. But to have a golden thread, you actually need to have confidence in your opinions and ideas. And to build that confidence, that passion, students need knowledge. They need to have been exposed to the wider debates and the discussions in society. But as Mark Finnis, the brilliant writer about restorative practice, talks about, not all of our students actually come to us with an equal exposure or cultural capital. And Finnis uses a really interesting analogy of a jar, where some students have jars full of change when they arrive at school, representing their exposure to the debates and the wider knowledge and the big ideas in English and literature and life, really. and also their experiences. But some of our students, that jar might be emptier, with the teacher being the main contributor to that capital. So that's where, for me, using academic theory comes in. And Alex Quigley talks about, you know, with academic reading, we as teachers, we have to let students into the secret that actually all the best readers struggle, even English teachers struggle with James Joyce. And that's one of the arguments I hear English teachers using all the time about, well, I'm not going to use academic theory with my bottom sets. I hate that phrase, it makes me shudder. Well, I've used them with bottom sets. We need to let them into the secret, we need to scaffold it properly. And obviously English is a really highly discursive, interpretive subject where texts have like basically a seemingly limitless potential for layered interpretations. And that's mirrored even in the way that many literature lessons are structured, with a communal reading of the text, then followed by discussions of meaning between students, with a teacher as a guide and a facilitator. And indeed, I've often heard English teachers say that there are no wrong answers in English. And of course there are, but when it comes to interpretation of literature, all readers are equal and we all have as much right to contribute our ideas to discussions and debates as absolutely anybody else. So it's this discussion, that listening to others' ideas, which actually helps us to construct our own knowledge of English. And those ideas don't just have to belong to the teachers or the kids, they can also belong to critics. And this is where kind of academic theory comes in. So critics, academics, researchers, it's been my experience over the best part of 20 years that working with English students and trainee English teachers now, that the interaction between the students and the teachers by discursive means actually helps to work through possible interpretations and crystallise their own perspective. And Neil Mercer talks a lot about this. He describes this process as people asking questions, people sharing relevant information, challenging ideas, and by doing that, contributions are built on with what's gone before, and basically everybody's encouraged to contribute ideas and opinions. So using like a scholarly source, for example, like an academic journal or a paragraph from an academic journal or a theoretical lens, or even with a critical reading of text in context, can be really interesting for students to do and can lead to much better answers. So here's a way that I've used it. I've taken this quotation from Paul Davis's work, who's a critic who writes about A Christmas Carol, and he says the women in A Christmas Carol are absent or inconsequential figures. So I might pose that as a question to my class. I'm going to create that classroom environment over time with those routines that encourage open discussion and the sharing of diverse viewpoints. I'm going to start by identifying this critical perspective, then formalise it perhaps with a bigger question that might link to a question you might get in an exam, perhaps about Mrs. Cratchit, and then I will help them try to scaffold discussions on this. And my students have absolutely loved this. Unfortunately, I didn't get introduced to critical perspectives or lenses or theories at all until I was actually in A-level, and I feel that was just such a waste. Why should we cap GCSE students' potential by not introducing them to this big disciplinary and substantive knowledge of our amazing subject? So, you know, for example, from that discussion, we might then have a go at an exam question, starting with this extract, how does Dickens present the character of Mrs. Cratchit? And I would scaffold them in how to write a thesis. So you can see there, although Paul Davis described the women in A Christmas Carol as absent or inconsequential, Mrs. Cratchit is a pivotal character in both this extract and the rest of the novella. Indeed, she's used as a vehicle by Dickens to demonstrate that money and capitalism are inconsequential and that the love of family is what matters most in life. So I would model this out loud, possibly using a visualizer or on a whiteboard, making my implicit thinking visible, using some metacognition. We would look at what the active ingredients of these are. And I would then do a gradual release with students. I do, we do, you do, with perhaps another question to model that process of doing that thesis. And then from that thesis, we would maybe look at 4 pivotal moments in character development throughout the text. And this squiggly line here represents authorial intent and context. And that needs to be woven through every single point that is made, if appropriate, and moves the thought on. It's not just a bolt on. It's not like me putting a nice necklace on today just for decoration for the sake of it, to tick an AO3 box. To move students on, we really need to encourage them to put that context in if it's really relevant, and then go back to that quote and almost reanalyze it as a layer of interpretation linked to the big idea in the thesis. So another example of how you can do that is this as well. So we can look at, for example, A Christmas Carol or Macbeth. I've got a quotation here from a critic on Macbeth, Garber. Macbeth has a chiastic or X-shaped structure, charting at once the upward and downward trajectories of its two protagonists. So we're obviously talking about Macbeth and Lady Macbeth there. As Macbeth moves downward towards inhumanity and loss of effect, Lady Macbeth moves upward towards feeling and horror. So obviously they would think about whether they agreed or disagreed with this as kind of a pivot, as a springboard, as I said before. And then I would get them to get a big A3 sheet like this. I'd put their thesis in the middle, and then they spend the rest of it looking at key pivotal moments in the text that fit their thesis, looking at character development, looking at themes. I have actually blogged about this on my blog, this approach. So if anybody wants to kind of look more at this, they absolutely can. So I guess to summarise, really, you know, for me, in my vast experience of marking and teaching, kids will do better in the exam and be able to contribute their opinions and have confidence to contribute a verse, as Walt Whitman said, if they've got more knowledge, if they're exposed to the debates, disciplinary and substantive knowledge in English which underpin their thoughts and opinions. And Daisy Christodoulou recently wrote a brilliant blog where she talked about the reality is that we need facts to have conceptual understanding. Knowledge is the pathway to skill. Knowledge builds on knowledge and it deepens your conceptual understanding. And there's lots of arguments about whether English is a skills or a knowledge-based subject. It's both, but you need that knowledge actually to be able to teach skills, because otherwise you're going to get that shaky Jenga that you can see on the screen there. Using academic theory is one way we can help our students with that, to open up their mind, expand their understandings, and actually give them some firm foundations by standing on the shoulders of the giants of our discipline. How awesome is that? And contributing to the debate, not just as a bystander, but actually as a contributor. So that's me. I can see there's millions of questions and comments in the chat. So would you like me to have a look at some of those now, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely. We could have a look. We've got a couple of questions, haven't we? We've got one from, well, Stephanie Keenan's helpfully given us some advice in using thesis statements from year 7. Alex Hughes has asked, at what point in Key Stage 3 would you begin to teach thesis statements? Thinking about a sentence curriculum in Key Stage 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Tom has changed. Hello, Tom HB.
Hello.
You've been supplanted. You've supplanted Rogers there. But yes. So I agree with Stephanie 100%. I just don't teach these in GCSE. I literally teach these from the minute they come in year 7. So when I taught at my old school for the last 10 years, we taught thesis statements, academic theory, literally from year 7. Obviously, we would use a scaffolded approach. We would curate very carefully the way that we were using academic theory so that we didn't cognitively overload students. But I would teach these literally from the minute they start in year 7. I feel like sometimes we teach students really bad habits. I've seen schools still teaching students in year 7 and 8 pee and peel and things like that for quotations, and then suddenly getting into GCSE prep and saying, oh no, we need to look at doing what, how, why holistically over an essay now. That's too late. So we need to be ingraining it straight away. What I would also say as well is that we should be teaching the great kind of literary traditions of our subject right at the beginning of when they come to secondary school. So, you know, for example, if you're teaching Macbeth in year 10 and 11, you know, you need to be thinking about Jerome Bruner's spiral curriculum, the idea of bumping back into things. So they need to know about Aristotle, about tragic heroes, about kind of feudal systems, the great chain of being, all of that stuff before they hit GCSE, because it shouldn't just smack them in the face at GCSE. It should be part of really sophisticated schemas and mental models that have been built up from year 7 onwards. So then we know from cognitive science that the new knowledge that we're imparting them with is going to stick much better to pre-existing schemas if we've got those, and they're revisiting it. It's not there for the first time. So yes, Alex, that's what I would definitely do. And Steph, you would start it in year 7. So that's how you would get around that idea of making sure that they've got all of the cultural capital, the linguistic capital to be able to use the right language, the sentence starters. They would be explicitly taught from year 7.
And we've got time for one very quick question just to finish from Shelley, which is how important do you think that explicit teaching of sentence construction is to building thesis statements? So thinking about mental models, I suppose.
It's everything, is my opinion. It's absolutely everything. So, but academic theory can also help with that, because what we can do is also deconstruct the way that some academic theory paragraphs are also written, to look at the active ingredients of the kind of sentence structures that they use, the kind of vocabulary that they use. And I would say that I know I'm not supposed to do recommendations here, but I would definitely have a look at Jenny Webb and Marcello's book on teaching English grammar. I think that's really important, because I think grammar also has a part to play here as well.
Yeah, loads of books available looking at grammar and sentence construction and things as well. So thank you very much, Hayley, for your time today. And I'm sure everybody who's been watching has learned so much from it. So thank you very much. And one of the great things about Teachers Talk events is that we hear from teachers from all varieties of career stage, and to be able to share all of those different perspectives on subjects and domain specific knowledge is so important. So thank you to all of our speakers today. Now our next section is going to be from our sponsor Tasomai. With Tasomai, students learn through personalized quizzes which are created using an intelligent algorithm. For a personalized dashboard, teachers can instantly see where students are doing well and where they need help. So to hear more, let's go to Tasomai. Let's just see if the video is working, which it should.
Hello, my name's Murray Morrison. I'm the founder of Tasomai. Tasomai started as an idea that I had when I wanted a way to help my students learn more effectively and help me be quicker and more precise in my interventions. Using techniques I had learned from music and sports coaching, I created Tasomai, which uses low-stakes quizzing to test and teach through retrieval practice and adapted repetition. Over the past 10 years, Tasomai has established itself as an edtech tool able to transform teaching and learning, helping hundreds of thousands of students to improve their outcomes. Its essential power is to be able to personalize deliberate practice and to identify where students need more support and direct them, along with their teachers and parents, to interventions that can help most effectively. The first subject we focused on was science, and we've grown from there. At first thought, using technology in a subject like English may not seem like an obvious fit, but it's great for supporting students who are reluctant to revise or struggle to embed the essential knowledge that underpins more subjective subjects. I could talk about how effective Tasomai can be for English teachers, but I'll let someone who's had first-hand experience do that. Chantal Nichols, teacher of English and Key Stage 5 coordinator at the Sutton Academy in St Helens, told us a lot of her students like maths and science, and some of them find English more difficult because the answers aren't right or wrong in quite the same way. So having a platform that can break a creative subject down and support them in a way that builds knowledge and confidence is really useful.
The content enters their working memory, their thinking, and ideally we want it to enter their long-term memory and become knowledge that they can recall at will. Otherwise it's forgotten, and that's what we don't want. So this is kind of the area of memory that tech can really help with. This is where you want to start using EdTech.
Chantal also said that in her experience, Tasomai particularly helps boys to get into the subject a bit more. Disengaged boys in English are a really big issue for some, and that's not to say that it isn't also the case for other students, but she's been surprised by how much Tasomai helped to close a gap there in her department.
Tasomai for us at Key Stage 4 has been a hugely impactful app. I was just saying to some of the guys before, one of my students who's now in year 12 approached me and said that she feels like she went from a 3 to a 5 because of Tasomai. Not me, teaching her for 3 years, just that. So thanks, Lucy.
As well as helping students, Chantal also finds this is a great tool for teachers, as she can quickly identify misconceptions on a student or class level and set up interventions to help.
As a teacher, it's so useful. You get a dashboard and you can see the accuracy of your students, and then that's helped me kind of think about seating plans and things like that as well. I've tried to put certain people together. It's helped me to know what I need to plan going forward. So yeah, it's been really useful.
If a teacher were to go through all of the homework marking manually to try and identify these gaps in student knowledge, it would take hours, as you probably know. And Tasomai makes it just so much easier to spot those knowledge gaps and act on them quickly. We've also recently trialled an AI-powered tutor called Mai. During quizzes, students can open a chat screen where they can ask Mai for help with the question that they're stuck on. Mai has been programmed to help and guide students, but won't give away the actual answer, and it can't be distracted by off-topic or inappropriate questions. This is a really exciting development that promises to give many more students the opportunity to ask questions and get meaningful feedback, and it's part of our package. If you'd like to find out more, request a demo or start a free 3-week trial, then scan the QR code. You can also email us if you have any questions. Thanks very much.
Fantastic. Also with Tasamai, I think you mentioned that at the end there, if you sign up for the free trial, you also get a free poster, which is delivered, which is a English careers guide poster, which sounds interesting. We will throw up that QR code again later on. I'm now going to introduce, hopefully, our next speaker, which is Catherine. Hello, Catherine. How are you?
Hi, Tom. I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good.
I'm just going to give a quick introduction for Catherine. Her talk's going to be on modelling for excellence, teaching imagery at Key Stage 3. Catherine is an English teacher based in Oxfordshire, currently working on a school's English enrichment programme for the most disadvantaged students, which involves pre and over teaching of the Key Stage 3 curriculum ahead of the rest of the cohort in order to build confidence and success in reading and writing. Just before I hand over to Catherine, it would be a good time for me to give a massive shout out to all of our sponsors today on Teachers Talk Event English. We've got the literacy company Tasamai, who you've just heard from. You're going to hear from the Reading Solutions UK, from My New Term, and the English department. Really proud to partner with all of these companies and individuals. They're absolutely fantastic. They do a huge amount of work for everyone in the teaching community. So we'll be hearing a little bit more from them later on. Without further ado, Catherine, I'm going to now hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you so much for having me. And as Tom says, I'm really excited to talk this morning about teaching imagery at Key Stage 3.
Catherine, before you start, I'm going to be really annoying.
Sorry.
You just hide on that thing?
Yeah, sorry, Tom.
Thank you. Cheers.
That's all right, no worries.
That's it. Brilliant.
Talking about teaching imagery at Key Stage 3. And particularly, as Tom mentioned there, I'm currently working with my department on our school's enrichment programme for year 7, 8 and 9. So we're kind of dealing with our pupils who are our lowest prior attainers, who may have reading ages quite below the average of the rest of their cohort. So a lot of the work that we do with those students, as with all of our students, is about kind of the making the implicit explicit. And when it comes to creative writing, there's really no more an important time to think about that. So whilst I'm going to be talking specifically about our year 7 curriculum today, I've been using this with all of my classes all the way up to year 11 and have found it a really powerful way to teach imagery, not just analysing it, but writing it. And this kind of came out of 2 discussions that I had, one of them with my department, which is the agreement that our year 7s come to secondary school as pretty skilled creative writers. You know, they can tell you what a simile is, and they can identify similes, and they can say, oh, it's a comparison between 2 things using the word like or as. And then when it comes to writing similes, suddenly you get a blank, or they lean very heavily on kind of cliche. They lean heavily on animal imagery, which isn't a bad thing, but kind of does limit them slightly. And just like for us as English teachers, you know, these are well-read students and they've got a much bigger bank to fall back on. But for lots of our students, that really isn't the case. And then the other conversation was with my colleagues themselves, who admitted actually when it comes to teaching creative writing, we can talk about imagery all day, and then when it comes to actually supporting our students to write it, it becomes a little bit harder. So that's kind of what inspired the thinking for today's talk. And this is how I start with the students, and I use it with year 7 in this exact format. So giving them this Venn diagram as a visual, partly because it's something that they understand, but also it's because the way I teach metaphorical language is about a movement from one place to another. So we start by kind of identifying tenor, ground and vehicle and talking about what those terms actually mean. And they feel a bit kind of complicated and convoluted, and they're certainly not something that my year 7 classes have ever been familiar with. But I describe it as tenor being the subject of the metaphor, the thing that we want to describe. and then vehicle being the place that we want to move that tunnel to. So going from term A to term B. And we'll put it exactly in this Venn diagram there so that they can see the middle bit, which we describe as ground. And I think one of the most common errors that students try and do is they try and go from a tunnel to a vehicle without thinking about that midsection, the ground, and what it is that they're actually trying to communicate in their imagery. So let's say, for example, students are writing a descriptive setting of a spooky graveyard, and you've given them all of their sentences, frames and scaffolding around the moon in the sky, and then they present you with the simile, the moon in the sky like a dinner plate, which is a simile. And it's really hard to communicate why that might not be the most effective vehicle for the tenor of the moon. And being able to explain that why is a lot about the ground that's there in the middle. So in practice, it looks like this. We at our school are studying the Odyssey with Year 7, and we read the Odyssey Retold, which is a really great kind of short novel with lots of amazing imagery in it that students can really get behind. So in the first chapter, the writer describes Odysseus sailing across the sea with the men behind his ship, which he describes as being like cygnets behind their swan. So we go back to our Venn diagram from before, and we split up this image, this simile, into those three subsections. We agree that the tenor is Odysseus and his men. The vehicle is a swan and its cygnets. And for this particular one, we talk about the kind of double layered simile there. So we've got Odysseus and the swan and the men and the cygnets. And then the way I would do it is I'd spend time with them talking about how we'd fill in that ground section. So what does Odysseus have in common with a swan? What do his men have in common with the cygnets? And then particularly, how does those two images work together in terms of the positioning on the water or the way that the men follow Odysseus? So for example, we think of swans as graceful and effortless on the water, gliding across the waves, showing Odysseus is a skilled captain. Odysseus, of course, leading the way like the swan leads the cygnets, and then talking about how the cygnets are vulnerable and therefore rely on the swan for protection and guidance, just as Odysseus's men rely on him. And this probably isn't dissimilar to kind of how you would teach like English literature. So if you're analysing the similes of Stevenson's Jekyll and Hyde, kind of unpicking them and looking at the different connotations and layers of language probably looks, familiar. But then it's about moving students from analysing others' similes and then looking at their own. So this is the way I tend to do it. So we start with the tenor that we've just analysed, and there are lots of different similes that we would use from this book in the same way. But I want them to particularly think about Odysseus' ship sailing across the sea. So I get everyone to close their eyes and picture in their heads exactly what that image would look like. And we talk about what we've all imagined. And, Odysseus is the hero of Troy. So he's not bobbing around in the sea. He's graceful, he's effortless, he's fast, he's skilled, he's determined. And really getting students through images, through their own imaginations, to picture exactly what that tenor or that subject of the metaphor looks like. So we go term A, or the tenor, Odysseus' ship sailing across the sea. We fill out that ground section together, thinking about our agreed image and what it is that we're trying to portray. And then we move to the vehicle. Now, kind of like the dinner plate in the sky example, we have to make sure that our vehicle is appropriate for the context in which we're teaching. So if we're setting our short piece of creative writing in ancient Greece, then we can't have anything that's going to not fit into that contextual writing. So if we're describing something that is graceful and fast, we might describe it as being like an arrow. If we're describing a thunderbolt, maybe a slightly less expected simile, but something that's really kind of fast, mirrors the eagle, the poem of falling like a thunderbolt, and what that suggests or connotes. As an eagle through the air, as winged Hermes, so using their knowledge of the text to be able to create some similes that work well with their understanding of ancient Greece and the different characters that Odysseus would have met along the way. as lightning strikes and like a comet. Okay, so these ones with a bit of help from me is what my year 7s came up with. And again, we talked about why some of their example similes maybe weren't as appropriate, and that's the list that we came up with. So students had that in their book ready to go. Then, of course, it's about making that into imagery that really works as part of their writing. So kind of the second stage of modeling it for me is about using the verbs that we can use to support that imagery, as well as whether or not we're going to put that simile at the front. Do we think a metaphor is better here because it's describing something in a much more vivid or direct way? So there are a few examples there. Odysseus' fast black ship plunged through the waves like an arrow. Well, plunged isn't going to work with the winged Hermes example. So we talk about how we can really build on that imagery and make that image really strong by using those examples. And then what's quite fun is getting students to come up with those similes themselves and then get them to analyze each other's. So that last one, Odysseus' fast black ship, was a comet hurtling towards Ithaca. A student wrote this, and then we gave out our similes around the class, and they had a go at kind of unpicking it as we did with the first example. Talked about hurtling, his determination, his speed, kind of the sometimes quite chaotic energy with Odysseus and his crew, if you're familiar with the story, and what comet suggests as well. So it kind of led to a conversation around extended metaphor as well, which was really helpful. And then the final thing that we do, so this picture at the moment on our scheme of work is the image that we give to students as a springboard for their own creative writing. So almost in the style of GCSE, but not. We ask students to write a description of this image, pretending this is a snapshot from Odysseus' journey where he comes across Poseidon. And we have a conversation around which elements of that image we want to turn or move into metaphor. So we speak about the fact that if we're describing the movement of the waves, that's going to be an entirely different vehicle to if we're describing the color of the waves, or if we're describing the size of the waves, or if we're describing Odysseus' ship and its position on the waves, or indeed Poseidon and his horses, his size versus in that picture, tiny Odysseus. So we're really clear with students that actually they need to be so clear with what that image is in their mind before they start describing it. And then we can kind of start to extend that into metaphor. I'm mindful of time. A lot of this comes from, and I hope that this is okay, Tom, because I heard Hayley mention before about not recommending things, but these are all free and available to access. David Didau and Jennifer Webb have talked about both of these things. David Didau, particularly in terms of the making the implicit explicit, talks a lot about using metaphor in its literal meaning or translation, which is to transport. So ideas of transporting image. And then Jennifer Webb has talked a bit about metaphor and when it's appropriate to use it, when it's more appropriate to use something else. So kind of the strength of imagery that we're using as well. So if you want to read some more about it, I feel like I've kind of blasted through something that has taken a little bit of thought, but these will be two really helpful links to go ahead and access. So yeah, that's about all.
Catherine, just to clarify for everyone out there, it is brilliant that you have recommended and referenced materials. That's what we're all about. It's all about referencing and sharing of materials. So absolutely, to make that clear, fantastic. Anything you recommend, we recommend. So thank you very much for that.
That's
absolutely great. Amazing presentation. And yeah, thanks so much for giving up your time to do it.
Thank you so much for having me, Tom.
It was excellent. So cheers. Thank you.
Cheers, yeah. Bye.
We've now got next is, not Lorraine, is Vanessa, who hopefully we'll bring on screen in a second. There's Vanessa. Hello, Vanessa. Good day to you. How are you today?
Hello, I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm not too bad. This has been an absolutely amazing sort of event so far. Just amazing presentations, brilliant sort of atmosphere online as well. So it's been brilliant. Just to remind everybody, if you're interested, if you're on social media, then go on the hashtag TTR English. You can see lots of people sharing on there about their experience from today. We'll also be sharing any relevant links on that hashtag that appear today, including what you've seen from Tassamai. and the literacy company so far. We will share those later on TTR English as well, on socials. We're really proud, I must say, at Teachers Talk Radio of our teacher-centric offer. As you'll see today, we've got new voices, we've got known voices in the community, we've got everybody really from across the range. And we're really interested in platforming teachers, classroom teachers, which again, we've done today. Really proud of that. And if you're interested in either hosting on Teachers Talk Radio, maybe you're interested in presenting at one of these events, maybe you want to do what Vanessa will be doing next, then definitely get in touch with us at ttradio.org/contact. You can submit the form there. Just say, I'm interested in presenting or I'm interested in hosting. Teachers Talk Radio hit 1 million downloads of our podcast just last week, which is incredible and a testament to everybody out there who's been involved in that since day dot, including Tom, who is obviously behind the scenes today helping out as well. Vanessa, I'm going to give you an introduction now. Absolutely delighted you could make it, by the way, because I know you couldn't make it in Manchester, so unfortunately, due to just that nightmarish time of the year, basically. So it's amazing that you've been able to do this today. Vanessa is a lead practitioner in a South London secondary academy with a focus on reading, taking pride in supporting young people in their personal and academic progression. Vanessa holds an interest in supporting disadvantaged students, runs an Instagram account, Education Cubed, where she shares news, research, and resources from the world of education and social mobility. During her undergraduate, Vanessa designed the Black Access Initiative at the University of York to help the institution support the success of Black students currently studying at sixth form, college, or the university. Invested in working towards the shared goal of providing high-quality education and opportunities for all, Vanessa volunteers across age categories, sitting as an alumni board member for ALETO as the education lead on the steering committee of the African Caribbean Alumni Network for Young Black Professionals, while simultaneously holding a primary school governor role, serving on the curriculum committee. Outspoken in the fields of leadership, diversity, and inclusion, leading to our work being recognised both nationally and internationally on platforms such as Good Morning America, iNews, 11 Alive, Financial Times, and Teach First. Well, do you know what, Vanessa? That I tell you what, like for an introduction, that ain't bad. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pass over to you now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tom, for that introduction. And thank you, everyone, for, tuning in this morning, getting on to what we're doing and, taking part in this. I think it's a really excellent opportunity for us to be able to hear from each other and what we're doing in our different schools. So a bit like what my title says, my title and what I'm looking at today is looking specifically at the foundations of transforming a reading culture. And when I think about this, what I'm going to be talking about is how I've done it in my school in particular, and looking at how these ideas could be used and perhaps taken to see and apply in your own schools. So as a teacher, I'm going to start with a starter activity. So thinking about what we've got on the board, I've got these three options, so A, B, and C. So thinking about these literacy statistics, I want you to think about which of these you think are true and be ready to justify. So with that in mind, could you please comment on whichever platform you're on to try and share your ideas and your thoughts. There's also a challenge activity because we do love to stretch, and we're thinking about the ideas of the phrase reading for pleasure and what it means. So I'm just going to give you literally a few moments to try and have a think about that in terms of what you might have come up with already. So thinking about these, what are your thoughts? So some of the thoughts are already coming through, which is great to see. So thinking about these ideas, 172,000 GCSE students failed English language, and this is the highest number in the decade. 16.4% of adults don't have the expected literacy rates of an 11-year-old. 25% of year 6 pupils do not reach the expected level for their SATs. So thinking about these different answers, it's really interesting to see. Quite a few people have guessed either A or C, and a few people have actually guessed all three. And those that have guessed that are absolutely right. All three of these are true. pretty dire statistics that we can actually look at here and think about what this means. And it's obviously where we are, and we're thinking about what we can do to move forward from this. And looking at our challenge with this idea of reading for pleasure, looking at the Natural Literacy Trust definition of it, it talks about the idea of reading out of for your own free will and doing it for the sense of satisfaction you get. But it can also be something that is done as or started at someone else's request, but continued from your own interest. And I think that second part's really important when we're thinking about this from a school's perspective, in the sense of what we want our students to do and how we can get them to move forward. So thinking about this, is I start with my school's context in particular, and this is kind of pre-interventions where we started. It's not to say there were no interventions at all. There might have been, you know, individual teachers doing different things, etc. But prior to myself or getting with other individuals that had these great ideas and really formalizing a full-on interventions and full-on systems, this is kind of the context in which I'm working with and what we have in my school. So 69% of my pupils in my school are on pupil premium. 83% plus of our students attend the school or from our surrounding estates, and we are actually one of the areas recognized as being in the top 5 to 10% of most deprived areas in the country. We've also got really high multi deprivation levels, so that really affects our students and their families in terms of low education, low skills, and in terms of their health. So in terms of since Ofsted began, so if we're really thinking from the 90s, our school has never actually received above requires improvement in any of the different iterations. So this led to our school being taken over by an academy in 2012 and then rebrokered from that academy to another trust in 2015. And the penultimate, because we did have one more recently, Ofsted, in 2017 said that pupils in our school were making far less progress than the national average, and we were trying to overcome what was seen as a legacy of underperformance. So thinking about this and the background in which I was working from, it was definitely an uphill battle. So thinking about this, I've got my data for my year 8s here. I think it's just a bit clearer than our year 7s who are still currently being tested. A lot of our students are reading between the ages of below 5 to 10 years old. So thinking about our students, 61% of our students are reading below their chronological age. With that, we've got 46% of them reading below 10 and 5% of them reading below the age of 5. So thinking again about the context of the school, there was a wide range of different things that we needed to work on in order to get our students prepared for the GCSE, which we know is averaged at about 15 and a half years for students to be able to access the exams. So when I look at this, and it started to make me think, why is reading necessary? There are the benefits for all. And of course, I'm not necessarily going to read through them all, especially to a group of English teachers who know the benefits of reading. But what I really wanted to get us thinking about here is the bottom line of this all. And ultimately, for us to really maximize those benefits that we know exist when it comes to reading, we really want to recognize the importance of getting our students to read for pleasure, not just as us as English teachers, but as a whole school, and how we can do that. So thinking about my school's context, post-interventions, we've now reached a point in 2023, so it was earlier this year, we finally received our first ever good Ofsted. I'm sure you can tell, even from me smiling already, it was literally an amazing achievement, something we're really proud of having, and something that was even noticed and mentioned in our Ofsted report is the idea that reading is a priority for all leaders and that pupils receive specialised support. So it's still an ongoing progress, but this is, it's really been encouraging for what we want to move on to next. So thinking about this, when it came to me developing the interventions we have in my school, I started with my main priorities. And as part of my main priorities, I really wanted to think about the ideas of creating a sustainable, and I think that's a key thing here, approach to reading that was research-backed and research-led, but also something that would not only have our students being able to better be able to pass their GCSEs and not be a part of the statistics we saw in the starter activity of having to retake in the future, but also have them to have those long-term and wider benefits given the multiple levels of deprivation that exist for the surrounding community where many of our students come from. So in order to achieve this, I started to think about our short-term goals, and my short-term goals for the school was to create effectively my own school's reading rope that I would be able to develop. So kind of taking from Scarborough's reading rope there in terms of how we'd be able to have a cohesive, so thinking about all departments and all subjects, and buildable approach to reading so that everything that we did was therefore integrated. So in terms of thinking about what we're doing in order to develop and reach these goals, what I've been doing is a list of different things in which I'll go through. But what is really important to mention is that it's really about this constant refinement. It wasn't just about me introducing them, but really then after introducing it, taking feedback and even taking questions and feedback before introducing it, especially to key individuals and advocates I have in different subjects. So some of the things that I do in my school is I've developed a reading buddy scheme. So for one-to-one interventions for our wave 4, which is our weakest readers, we have delivery of breakfast CPD, working on strategies such as decoding and vocabulary. Research Weekly, where each week I will share bite-sized types of information to do strategies and research for all in terms of widening understanding and teachers being able to take these to implement in their classrooms. SPAG marking sheets, something that pretty much every school has already, but this idea of having something which has been demonstrated in CPD of how we want these to be done and how we want these to be used across the school. Linking to this, I've also done things like spelling masters. So now spelling is seen as something that's important across all of our subjects. So I've had heads of department from every subject join in by giving me spellings from their subjects. And then this is then tested with the random spellings from each one each week to see who's actually practicing their spellings and rewards given from that. Student leadership. So we've got our student library leaders, and this is something that I've also introduced in the last 2 years actually, and thinking about this, about getting our students to have that ownership of their library and what they want to happen and make decisions about it, and taking it seriously and interviewing in order to receive this role, and having opportunities to present. So things like parents' evenings, open evenings, or opportunities such as World Book Day. Looking at these two is in terms of staff, we've got things like reading posters on our doors and the initiatives such as Getting Caught Reading, so showing that they're readers themselves. We have reading hours, which are comprehension based activities for some of our middle ability readers in order to support them with their reading. And these are done across the school with staff from across the school who have been given CPD in order to understand how to run these processes. And reading rivers and booklets. This is something I literally just launched on Wednesday, and thinking about this in terms of what I'm doing in my school. It's that wider and hinterland knowledge that we want our students to be able to grasp. So they have wider reading booklets which are targeted towards our challenge readers, so our students that are on target for their current reading age or above in terms of their actual reading age, their chronological age, in order to push them so that they can actually start to not only have that information, but be able to add more of it into their actual work that they're doing in lessons. So thinking about these things, it starts to get me thinking about what's next. So at this current point, the plan is not really any new strategies. I think, as you've seen, there's enough, but it's really about the refinement of these different things in order to really bring these different strands together in the way that's been mentioned to do with building our own school's reading rope. And the 4 priorities here are send provision. So in terms of the strands, how we can then develop these and adapt these for our students with additional needs, working with our library leaders in order to audit our library, making the library more accessible and more enticing, teaching our teachers and continuing this, so doing things like CPD on decoding and things like that, working with our teaching assistants who take students out for specific intervention, so that they are then able to deliver the same quality of lesson outcomes that we'd expect from the students if, you know, we were to have them in lessons. And then, of course, learning walks and doing these regularly, and raising and praising staff that are actually doing the right thing and all doing things excellently, and sharing them across school and having them actually lead opportunities and share what they've done and how they've made it work in their subjects. So expanding on these ideas. So in terms of the SEND provision and what I've got here, this is a breakdown of how I've gone about it in my school as a flowchart. So when we have our SEND students at the moment, so on the left-hand side, you have kind of my rough timeline, not that it's being stuck to completely, but, you know, work in progress. What we have here is effectively if a student comes in right in September, we want them tested. If they've come out to be below where we'd expect them to be, we've then got a secondary and then a tertiary form of testing that we'd get students to go through to really work out what areas of reading needs to be worked on, for example, fluency or comprehension, and then the different activities and strategies in which they'd be housed within so that they can be supported. Then there's aspects such as if our students are doing really well with their reading, what are we doing for our challenge readers? How are we retesting them? How are we then pushing them? So those things such as the hinterland knowledge and those examples, such as the booklets that I've just launched this week. So thinking about library auditing, this is really about buy-in, so getting our staff and pupils really involved, whilst also linking that with my vision of what I want from this space. So of getting our students to be lifelong readers. So one thing I've been doing recently is actually getting our students to not only sign up to our school library, but also be able to sign up to our local libraries within the borough. So I've done like a mass sign up in the last month of students of any year group who'd like to revise or like to have somewhere where they'd be able to have a wider space to be able to do their homework, for example, if they can't do it within school hours or in school. So using all these things as opportunities for us to work on our school library and really getting people's opinions about what they want their library to be in terms of it being a hub and where we want everyone to be able to go to and enjoy. When it comes to teaching teachers, so again, on the left-hand side, you can see the techniques that I've been using in a CPD I've done. For example, I did this one last week, Monday. So thinking about techniques for decoding and fluency in terms of what teachers can use across subjects so that they can understand how they can support reading and how they can support the ideas of individuals who may not be as fluent when you've asked them to read aloud, and they might be disjointed in their reading, and how they can go about supporting those individuals with that, as opposed to thinking, oh, that's an English problem, and what they can do in their own classrooms. And then again, you know, with
Vanessa.
With Scarborough Rope, thinking about how we can introduce him to all these different our staff to all these different ideas and how they can do these things themselves. So overall, the most important thing when it comes to this is when it comes to measuring impact. So in measuring impact, we've got these different ways I've got on the board, but with their reading booklets, they can do book reviews, so I can track the data. In terms of their quality of written responses, are their grades improving? In terms of surveys, that's something we get our staff to do so that they can support us, as well as things like when we have our reading advocates and getting them to actually tell me what things they think are going well and what people in their subjects are finding difficult. So this is pretty much everything. I know that was pretty quick, but if there is any questions that you have, obviously I'm here and I've got all my contacts there for you to be able to contact me and ask me any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. As my school's literacy coordinator, I found all of those approaches really useful. So thank you very much for sharing that. It was a really fantastic presentation. So thank you very much. Now we're time to hear from one of our next sponsors. Are you looking to engage your students and improve reading results? You can trial a free pilot of the online reading development program, Reading Plus, provided by our sponsors, Reading Solutions UK. It's time now to hear from them.
Hi, I'm Johnny from Reading Solutions UK, the home of the online reading development programme Reading Plus. Typically, MAT leaders and school leaders approach us because they're concerned their students aren't fully engaging with reading. They know their pupils don't enjoy it, but they find it difficult to understand why. They come to us as they're worried about the impact this is going to have on reading outcomes for the school, but also on the pupils' learning journey. At Reading Solutions UK, we're passionate about making a difference in young people's outcomes. Our mission is to provide an exceptional educational technology solution that improves outcomes for schools, educators and young learners. Our online reading development programme, Reading Plus, directly teaches reading skills in a unique way and is proven by research to work. There are other reading programmes, but none explicitly focus on fluency through developing reading efficiency and automaticity, two of the critical building blocks of silent reading fluency. The patented Reading Plus guided window provides structured reading practice by moving the reader's eyes across a page at a bespoke speed and adapts based on the student's performance. This is similar to using a finger to guide the eyes. With this practice, students overcome non-fluent
It looks as though potentially that video is just sort of temporarily frozen. So we will come back to that video in later on today, maybe definitely before the end, and make sure we can get that video going as best that we can. I'm not sure actually if I can. Yes, I can. There we go. We're back. We're all right. We're okay. We're good to go. We've got next, hopefully coming up in just a moment. We've got our next speaker, and that is, with a bit of luck, is Manal. Let's see if Manal is here. Yes, I think she is. I'll just bring her on screen if I can. Hopefully, she can turn her camera on. Manal, are you there? Do you want to turn your camera on? There we go. I can see you've unmuted. If you want to turn, there we go. If you want to turn your camera on, that'd be fantastic.
Lovely. Can everyone see the slide of the PowerPoint?
We can see the slides. We just can't see you.
I apologize for that. I'm just having some technical issues.
Okay,
but
we can see the slides. We can see the slides. I'll give you a little introduction of what you're going to talk about. So Manal is going to talk. Is a secondary English teacher in East London. She's in her 4th year of teaching, and is the whole school reading coordinator and accelerated reader lead at her school. So absolutely fantastic to have you here. Really excited about this presentation. I know we have been for a while. So I'm going to hand over to you now for your 15
Thank you very much, Tom. Lovely. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining in today. We've had some amazing speakers just before me, and we have many great ones coming off. So as Tom introduced me, my name is Manal Zahid. I'm an English teacher working in East London. I do apologize for no camera. There are some technical issues, but feel free to check my Twitter if you want to see how I look. My session for today will be focusing on reading fluency. So what it is, why is it needed, and how to implement these strategies to support pupils' fluency. Reading fluency is defined in the science of reading comprehension as reading with accuracy, automaticity, and prosody. So with very few errors, looking at pupils' reading speed, and a focus on their expression and intonation. This work is done largely by Dr. Timothy Wasinski. Apologies, I'm just looking at the slides now and I realized some of the formatting is a bit squashed. So hopefully afterwards you get a copy of this, hopefully will be a little bit more clearer. Dr. Timothy Wasinski furthers this by creating a fluency scale. So he essentially outlines how to support reading fluently. And this is all taught and assessed by rehearsed reading. So now we know what reading fluency is, But what is the necessity and the need to focus on it? We essentially want to build skilled readers, especially from the effects of the COVID pandemic, which have greatly impacted schools. Reading fluency is largely celebrated through the success it brings to pupils' understanding of the text rather than focusing on how to read the words, which can obstruct their ability to access the text and assess it, looking at its meaning. Instead, by becoming a skilled reader, they can absorb meanings quicker and bring the text to life. There are also many outcomes of becoming a skilled reader as well, with the benefit of allowing pupils to comprehend text quicker. Reading fluently also builds pupils' confidence and cultivates their love for reading, especially from what I've seen in the past few months with my classes. There's also a great emphasis on how being a skilled reader would undoubtedly benefit pupils for their GCSEs in any subject. So there's success for all. You can also see under the exam success section that these are examiners' reports from the AQA language exams that I have collated, which highlight the need of reading fluently. Theory aside now, as we cover the what and why, going straight into the how did I implement reading fluency. So I'm not sure if I'm able to get rid of the previous, oh no, sorry. But underneath this image was just basically an animation of some work that I did with the class. And I began in September with my Year 7 class, as it is a new strategy. And when introducing it, it's always best to build it up the year groups as time progresses to ensure there's consistency throughout. I firstly looked at a passage from the text we are currently studying, which is Patrick Ness's Amongst the Calls, and asked the pupils how would they read this. I did not give the pupils any guiding questions, and I just wanted to see what pupils would identify as key features whilst reading. In the examples, you can see a lot of pupils were instantly drawn to the punctuation marks from when they may change their tone or their volume, which was great for me to see that they were conscious of such features whilst reading. However, when going through the extract, they were stuck as to what emotions or expressions they should have whilst reading. Some people's ability to read is great. They find reading with joining the words and letters easy, as you can see in the self-assessment sheet at the front. One of the pupils highlighted the number 4 option. However, we know that this is only one aspect of reading fluently. A lot when self-assessing their reading struggled with knowing the correct expressions whilst reading, therefore not really knowing how to access and understand the text completely because they're unable to place themselves directly in the story, understanding the characters' emotions and dramatic moments. Therefore, when thinking of a mnemonic to present in which pupils and staff can easily remember and refer to when reading, like writing with pencil or PEE, I thought to create ACT whilst reading to support reading fluently. So each letter essentially translates to a key feature of how to read fluently, linking in with the beginning slide in which I covered prosody. So the A stands for changing your volume, C is for your tone, and T is for your pace and when to pause. I began to give pupils guiding prompts at the beginning of each lesson with a key extract from the chapter we would read. So the questions prepared pupils' understanding of characters' emotions so that when they read, they are in role and essentially they're following act. The question prompts also enabled me to see that not all pupils understood what tone is or when to pause and why. And that was really beneficial for me to spend time going through those terms and applying it to pupils' learning through the ACT extract sheets. So as time progressed, so did pupils' understanding and their ability to read fluently. It's great now in class to give pupils the ACT extract sheet and watch them go straight into exploring the 3 areas. Also, as you can see, the lovely use of highlighting, I found that color coding also visually supports pupils reading with ACT as it serves as a guide for them. Another thing which was super helpful, so in terms of differentiation, was using emojis. So just like in real life, great ways for people to communicate. For those who are maybe on the EO register or weaker and need some form of support, the emojis help greatly with the volume and tone aspect. After each starter activity is completed and pupils have become familiar with the extract, I model then how to read it. So this is done through echo reading, in which pupils read collectively following the way I did. The I do, you do, the I do, we do, you do concept is finalized through a home assessment using Microsoft Teams. I know schools use different online platforms, which the pandemic has exposed us to. My school uses Team, and its new reading feature is absolutely amazing for assessing fluency. After pupils read the extracts we practiced in class at home, Teams provides a report of their reading, which I'm sorry that you're not able to see because I have the slide animations up, but hopefully after, when I can share this PowerPoint, everything will make much more sense. So essentially in the Teams report of their reading, you get to see what they read well, what they missed out in terms of their wording, their accuracy in reading, and what words it is that they need to practice. The feature is also super helpful because it allows you to jump to certain parts to hear pronunciations of a certain word or line. It also shows pupils' expression, so where they may read in a monotone voice, which is what we want them to move away from, where they may rush or pause for an extended time. This feature really creates success for all, as you may have some pupils, which I'm sure we all do, who are quiet and uncomfortable with reading aloud in class. The feature provides a form of comfort for them, at the same time allowing me to assess their fluency. At the end, you're also provided with pupils' reading report over time. So this is super beneficial to share with the pupil, but also for parents during parents' evening, as well as monitoring their progress as a teacher. And that brings me to my last point of how to assess. So it's great to practice in acting class and home, but how is it that I check their progress? And this is done through referring to Dr. Timothy Wasinski again. So he created a fluency rubric, which, linking in with the opening slides, look at the key features within reading fluently. Schools have their own language for assessments at Key Stage 3. In my school, we assess pupils within 5 levels. So we begin with working towards, then we move up towards strive, succeed, surpass, and exceed. I used each of the levels to apply it directly within the rubric. To wrap things up, promoting fluency with pupils is through establishing repetitive actions which are all interconnected, essentially like the image shows, like a chain. The National Centre on Improving Literacy highlights these 4 features, so repeated reading, goal setting, feedback, and graphing performance. And I have linked in the actions that can be completed to meet them. So, for example, with feedback, using it in class, perhaps peer assessments, making pupils more confident using the Wasinski's method as time progresses, using Teams. It can even be if you have any sixth forms pupils that can come in and support, looking at how other pupils read. Thank you so much to everyone that joined in and to the lovely team at Teacher Talk Radio for this amazing opportunity. I am honored to have been able to present that. Have a lovely day and enjoy the great CPD the day has to offer and has offered. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. That was absolutely brilliant, and we really enjoyed it. Now, let's hopefully try and, second time lucky, hear from Reading Solutions. We've just had a talk on reading fluency, and Reading Solutions UK's online reading development programme, Reading Plus, helps to develop reading fluency amongst students who are struggling with their reading. So let's hope this works the second time and we can hear from Reading Solutions.
Hi, I'm Johnny from Reading Solutions UK, the home of the online reading development programme Reading Plus. Typically, MAT leaders and school leaders approach us because they're concerned their students aren't fully engaging with reading. They know their pupils don't enjoy it, but they find it difficult to understand why. They come to us as they're worried about the impact this is going to have on reading outcomes for the school, but also on the pupils' learning journey. At Reading Solutions UK, we're passionate about making a difference in young people's outcomes. Our mission is to provide an exceptional educational technology solution that improves outcomes for schools, educators and young learners. Our online reading development programme, Reading Plus, directly teaches reading skills in a unique way and is proven by research to work. There are other reading programmes, but none explicitly focus on fluency through developing reading efficiency and automaticity, two of the critical building blocks of silent reading fluency. The patented Reading Plus guided window provides structured reading practice by moving the reader's eyes across a page at a bespoke speed and adapts based on the student's performance. This is similar to using a finger to guide the eyes. With this practice, students overcome non-fluent reading behaviours. As students improve their silent reading fluency and their reading stamina, they can focus their efforts on comprehension, the ultimate goal of reading. This is a fundamental skill to access the whole curriculum. This skill becomes increasingly more important as students enter Key Stage 3. Our recent white paper, Reading in Key Stage 3, Challenge, Impact, Outcomes, explores the Key Stage 3 landscape and discusses the broader implications of developing an effective reading culture. Reading Plus is proven to improve reading results for all students, especially with those reluctant readers, students eligible for Pupil Premium, EAL and SEND students. Our recent efficacy study with the Derby Research School and alongside Spencer Academies Trust found that pupils eligible for Pupil Premium who used Reading Plus made 97% more progress than those pupils who didn't use the programme. Our most significant improvement was seen in SEND pupils who achieved 119% more progress than SEND pupils in the control schools. Students begin Reading Plus with our adaptive insight assessment. This provides a data-driven baseline in under 40 minutes with results that accurately identify each student's specific strengths and reading gaps. Using these results, students are placed on a personalised reading journey. Students who struggle with reading will be provided with additional scaffolding and support, and greater depth students will be challenged. Any reading development programme is only as good as the quality of its implementation. We pride ourselves on offering high quality training and support to ensure the implementation of Reading Plus is simple, effective, sustainable and scalable. We do this for free for the duration of your time with us. We'd love to work with you to uncover your needs and explore how we could complement your current reading strategies. Head to our website, readingsolutionsuk.com, to book an introductory call.
Thank you for that, Reading Solutions UK, another one of our brilliant partners. As I say, I'm really proud to sponsor with all the organisations that we've partnered with today. The Literacy Company, TASMI, Reading Solutions UK, My New Term and the English Department. We've already heard from a few of them. We'll be hearing more later on. If you are on social media, don't forget to use the hashtag TTREnglish to share your comments, thoughts or ideas or opinions on or questions on anything that you're watching today live. If you want to access the recording, of course, it is available it will be available through the Teachers Talk Radio website, actually, after the event. If you go to ttradio.org/events, you'll be able to grab the recording from that page. Just click on recordings and the link to it will feature there post-event. So I'm going to now introduce our next speaker, hopefully, which is Crystal. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Crystal. How are you? You okay?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm all right.
Brilliant. Well, do you know what? I'm going to let you. I know you are an English teacher, but I wonder whether you could introduce yourself for us a little bit more. Tell us a bit about you, please.
Sure. Funnily enough, I was prepared for this because I thought I've been asked to talk on Teacher Talk Radio and people might not have a clue who I am. So firstly, my talk is about making EduTech your best friend. Here's a bit about me. So I started teaching in 2018 after completing Teach First. In my training school, I then went on to do an MPQ in Leading Behaviour and Culture. I'm a career changer. So before all of that, I was working in banking and finance, and I got a master's in international commercial law. So heavy reading subjects, but not necessarily English. But when I went into teaching, I found that it was almost, if I could have rewound time, it would have been the thing that I chose, because it's just the most fantastic job you can ever choose to do in the world. And as the screen said, I'm a fan of working smarter, not harder, as I truly believe teachers work hard enough. We are some of the most hardworking people in the world. So that's basically me in a nutshell.
Fantastic. Amazing. Well, listen, I'm going to hand over to you now for your sort of 15-minute presentation. Really looking forward to hearing these ideas.
Brilliant.
And check back in at the end. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, so let's jump straight into it. So what are the stats? The statistics are shocking, eye-opening, but probably not unknown to any one of us on this stream right now. So 79% of teachers surveyed, they are already using EduTech every day. 60% of academy school teachers don't think there is enough training for EdTech. I can definitely agree with this for someone that used to work at an ARC academy. Not enough teachers or even students are really capable at using education, technology and education. And lastly, 14% of teachers have never heard about educational technology. So about a week and a half ago, my school sent me to Bangkok to present at a conference for teachers ran by an organization called Fabicia. And there was so much talk about EdTech amongst teachers, and there were almost two camps. There were we're quite well versed in it, we use it every day, and we have no idea this technology is out there. Please teach me because I'm drowning. And EdTech is something that I've become really passionate about. As I said, I used to work in an academy school. At the beginning of this year, I actually went international because of the extreme heavy workload every single day. I was leaving my house at 6:30 in the morning. I was coming back at sometimes 5, 6 in the evening. And I've got a husband and 2 children, and it was becoming way too much for me. The pressures were immense. So, how do I use education technology? So, 3 different ways, because I've only got a few minutes, probably like 10 minutes left now. So I use it for planning units and lessons. I have recently, at the start of this academic year, been promoted to the head of English at my international school. So I use it for that. I use it for differentiation for our SEND and EAL students. As I said, I work in an international setting, and many of my students' English could perhaps be their second, third, or even fourth language. So having something on hand to help them access the curriculum is really, really helpful. And resource creation. One thing I've found, especially going internationally, working under the Cambridge syllabus, resources are quite scarce, and it seems like, unlike when I was in my English school, where I could contact teachers whenever I wanted within my academy network and share resources, there's not that many resources out there. So I use it for resource creation as well. So I'm going to go through those 3 things and tell you exactly how I use them. So, resource creation. I use a lot of websites and things like that to fill in the context for my students. As I said, my students are international students that don't necessarily have the background context that they always need to access a text. I can't just stick a video on the screen because the language is not always accessible for them. So I found that Google Chrome extensions like Print Friendly are really, really helpful. You just install it on your browser, find a website that you like. I use a lot of British Library articles, and you can take out the bits of the articles that you don't need, save the rest as a PDF, and share that with your students. I also use this website, Flat Icon. I'm sure there's others out there. I think Noun Project is quite a popular one as well. But I find that that's really helpful for dual coding. So I'm probably preaching to the choir already, so I don't need to tell you about the benefits of dual coding, but I use that heavily with my EAL students. I recently used it in a scheme of work for Macbeth, and they found it really, really accessible. So resource creation is one great way that you can use EdTech. Next is planning. So there are a ton of websites out there that do this now. And given the platform, I'm not going to promote any single one, but these are just some of the things that I use on the platform that I use. And these are probably going to be on the platforms that you use as well. So lesson plan generators, not necessarily to produce a lesson plan to share with others, but sometimes it can give you some fresh ideas on how to put some more creativity into your lesson. I find as English teachers, sometimes get stuck in the vein of, let's read something, let's do some questions, and it becomes a bit repetitive. There is I've got that on there twice, it shouldn't be on there twice, but a choice board generator. This is one that I've been playing around with recently because I found that my students really engage with the lesson when they have choice when it comes to a group activity or an individual independent practice. So generating a choice board has been really, really helpful. It allows me to see what I need to see from their work, but in the format that they're happy to give it to me in. And it's really nice to give them that choice. And a unit plan generator. So as I said, I teach under the Cambridge syllabus now, and at Key Stage 3, it's quite wide open with the texts that we're allowed to teach. A lot of the texts I've not been exposed to before, or I didn't have previous schemes of work, and I've had to go straight in. So having something like a unit plan generator has been really, really helpful. It's helped me to write unit plans for Northern Lights, we do that year 8. Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry by Mildred Taylor with my year 9s. And a wonderful book called The Island at the End of Everything with our year 7s. It's been amazing to just get the bare bones of something and be able to personalize it. Again, saving me time so that I can do the intellectual prep needed to kind of share that with my team. So this is what the unit plan generator looks like. I think this gives you up to 25 school days, which I find is really, really helpful. Most of our units fit into 25 or 20 school days, so that's really great. This is their lesson plan generator. So after you've generated the unit, you can go back into the same platform and you can generate a lesson plan for each. I find this is really, really helpful for incoming teachers. I can put this all into a Google Sheets form where I can have the unit plan, the lessons, and then hyperlink to that a rough lesson plan for any ideas that they might want to share with their students. Next, I'm sure we've all heard of it. ChatGPT can be fantastic. However, disclaimer, it is only as good as the prompt that you give it. So I found that when I looked at the scheme of work, looked at developing the scheme of work for Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry, I had to get quite specific with the prompt that I gave it. So you can see the prompt on screen there. You are teaching a year 9 class the novel Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. Please produce 35 lessons scheme of work that allows students to read the whole novel as well as teaching the context. Please also include keywords, etc. I then had to go ahead and re-prompt it at part to try and tease out the bits that I wanted. So just be aware that ChatGPT, it's not like a silver bullet, like it's not perfect. You are going to have to do a little bit more work with it to get the results that you want, but invaluable resource. You can also use this to And there are other platforms that you can do it on as well, obviously. You can also do this to write reports. So I am in the thick of marking. We've got mocks coming up and report writing at the same time. And I am going to be leaning on kind of like large language models, ChatGPT, other platforms like that to give me the bare bones of my reports. So differentiation, this is an amazing website. I've only got a little bit of the logo on there because we can't really do promotions here, but if you follow me on social media or if you drop me an email, I'm happy to kind of like share, bounce ideas, but this platform is fantastic. I've been using this to support my year 11s through their Life of Pi scheme of work because they really were struggling with the context behind the novel. You, as the screen says, can put in literally anything. So topic, term, questions. You can give it an article. You can give it a video off YouTube. I've done that before. Or any text or any excerpt. You can adjust the grade level. Bear in mind, these grade levels are American grade levels, so you have to convert them. A new feature is you can change the language. This has been a game changer for me and my EAL students. I have, for example, in my year 8 class, I've got 2 Korean students. I've got, I think, 4 or 5 Chinese students. I've got Malay students. I've got Thai students. And sometimes the translations, there's a lot to translate. But I found that giving them the English text, like this, for example, with my year 8s, we had the adapted reading passage in English, and I also got the chance to translate it into Korean for my Korean students as well. And they found that really, really helpful. So when they couldn't access a word on the English text, they could look across to their Korean text, and that would help them connect the dots without me having to learn 4 or 5 different languages in the process. I think things like this are fantastic. We've just had a great session on reading fluency, and I'm a big advocate for getting high quality text in front of our students. And these are the kind of texts that we come back to time and time again. So we've got this one, for example, on Jacobean gender roles. I have come back to this piece of work 3 or 4 times this week alone, and we come back to this piece of work and I'll say, let's go back to our worksheet about Jacobean gender roles. And I find that having these really high quality texts in the classroom is a game changer for not only reading fluency, but vocabulary as well, vocabulary acquisition. If you are a Cambridge teacher, this is also fantastic. It is a website where you can throw in a text and it will tell you what Cambridge reading level it is and what words or suggested vocabulary need to be pulled out. Generally, I think students who are fluent work at somewhere around a B2 level to C1. And as you can see, the text that I put into this was just creeping into the B2. So for some of my EAL learners, this text would have been a little bit too difficult. So I know to dial it back, and I know the words, as you can see, it says suggested vocabulary, that I would need to kind of like flood them with in terms of vocabulary acquisition and keep coming back to those words and cycling back to them. So that's me. Why EdTech should be your best friend. It's going to save you time. It's going to save you stress. And that means you can concentrate on doing your job, because that's what we all love to do. We didn't become English teachers to get bogged down with lots of different things outside of the classroom. We did it because we want to be there in the thick of it with our students, analysing, reading, enjoying texts. And that's exactly what EduTech can allow you to do.
Amazing. Crystal, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you so much. It's been amazing.
Yeah, there's been plenty of comments in the chat, so do check in the chat.
I will definitely check it.
You can answer those. Lots of people commenting, so well done.
Yeah, amazing. Sure.
Yeah, so we're going to move on now to our next speaker, which is hopefully going to be Annie. I'll just bring Annie on screen. Hello, Annie. How are you?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I'm very well. Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you ever so much for joining us today. Absolutely fantastic.
It's been a really productive morning. I feel I've got like a nice stack of notes, CPD, but also managed to clean my flat while I was listening. So it's been a nice productive morning.
Brilliant. Annie began, or you, I mean, I'm saying all these things in third person. I don't really know why, but whatever. Annie began teaching in 2017 as part of the Teach First program in the east of England. After 2 years as teacher of English and MAS coordinator at Colchester, Annie moved to London, where you now teach at Forest Gate Community School in East London. Joining as a teacher of English in 2020, you became the Key Stage 4 coordinator in the department. In 2022, you became a lead practitioner at the school. You continue to work on the English curriculum as well as overseeing the school's ECT offering. So without further ado, I am going to hand over to you for your 15 minutes. Thank you, Annie.
Fab, lovely. So on the screen, I've got like a typical example of a task that we often find ourselves doing in the English classroom, right? We give them a statement, we want them to explore and debate and kind of be critical with a statement. Those of you who do AQA, you'll know that paper 1, question 4 for language, it's formatted this way. But also even in literature, we've seen sometimes questions be posed this way. I think there was once a Jekyll and Hyde question where it was something like, Jekyll is a sympathetic character, how far do you agree? But even if we're not thinking about GCSE, it's a common kind of task type that we find ourselves doing in English classrooms. And it's definitely something I use all the time to, get some critical thinking. And when I first started out teaching, I would often find myself, putting these statements up on the board and doing activities such as this. I might get students to quickly turn and talk about the statement, but often be kind of unstructured. I might maybe get them to do a tea table, one side for, one side against, and then kind of, ask them kind of bullet point ideas. And if they were being a bit unproductive with that, I might try and insert some competition by making one side for, one side against. Or I kind of find myself getting in a position where I was giving so many prompts that I was essentially doing all the thinking for them. But I would kind of leave the lesson, patting myself on the back, kind of thinking, I really built some critical thinkers today. But essentially, I kind of found myself not being particularly impressed with how it was helping develop my students be critical thinkers. So I thought I kind of took stock and really thought about a strategy to help develop a bit more criticality when it came to evaluating statements that I'm going to share with you today, and I hope is helpful. So firstly, why do we want to encourage critical evaluation? Well, critical thinking really helps students make deeper connections in their knowledge. If they're thinking about a character in a new context or from an angle they haven't thought about before, if they're having to recall quotations from lots of different, or kind of from different prompts as well, it's all helping build those kind of different pathways of knowledge. It obviously, the more we can get students debating and speaking and articulating their viewpoint in the classroom, we're setting these students up for life, okay, to have those skills to be confident debaters, confident articulators. And obviously, with some of our students, that's something that can be such a barrier going forward, way beyond school and out of school. And of course, bringing it back to our GCSEs and our assessments, it is a skill that spans across the GCSE papers. If you do AQA as well, the top band, it asks for students to be critical in their analysis. And like I said, paper 1, question 4, it also looks at evaluation. So not only is it a skill for life and a skill we want to encourage, it is also really fundamental to them being successful in their GCSEs. So I started thinking about this more critically when I was looking at some of the results of when we recall papers for paper 1. I had quite often students who were doing really, really well in the other questions, but then were just kind of sitting in that band 3 for paper 1, question 4. So just kind of sitting in clear, not getting into that perceptive band for their evaluation. And recalling their papers, I was finding that there were a lot of common things that were happening in their responses when they were kind of stuck in that band 3, capped at maybe 15 out of 20. What I was finding is that quotes were picked out in isolation. So they were seeing a key word of the statement and then just scanning the text for a quote that linked to that. And they're not actually really thinking about how that quote fit in with the whole message of the text, and picking out quotes out of context that actually didn't end up making sense at all. They weren't really reading any nuance in the statement at all. Again, they weren't thinking about the sentence as a whole and then really deconstructing those words. They were just jumping straight in without thinking about it first. Or, like I said, jumping straight into a quote and neglecting any argument. They might just go straight into saying, oh, I agree with the statement because insert quote. And there's not really ever any reason given. So this strategy was kind of developed in response to some of those common errors I was seeing. And then what I found when I asked to recall papers with the higher bands, or looking at the kind of model answers that AQA end up giving, or the examiner's report, what was kind of differentiating between those bands. So I came from the kind of angle or the background of like debating. debating was something I was really interested in when I was at school. And in debating, there's an idea of defining the motion. So in debating, you get given a statement very similar to things that we do in English classrooms. And the team that goes first, your side, if you're proposing the motion, if you're team 4, you get to go along essentially and define all the key words. And you get to kind of say exactly what you want each of those keywords to mean. And what that means is when you then start debating against each other as teams, there's a bit more of a common understanding about what the actual nuances are that you're debating against. So I brought this idea of defining the motion into paper 1 question 4. So let's come back to the statement that I put on the screen earlier. So Lady Macbeth is a heartless and villainous character. She subverts the typical expectations of women in the Jacobean era. So the first thing I would ask students to do is identify those keywords. So for example, they might identify that heartless is a keyword. Sorry, I'm coming out the back of a chest infection. That villainous is a keyword, that typical expectations of women is a keyword or phrase. So these are our key kind of hinge opinions in the statement. And then the next thing I would ask them to do, before contextualizing these words within the characters that we're speaking about, I would ask them to define those motions. So in your opinion, what does it mean to be heartless? In your opinion, what does it mean to be villainous? What are your understanding of the expectations of women? So you might do this through multi-whiteboard, you might do this through turn and talk and cold call, but there's lots of ways that you can then elicit their connotations. And you'll be surprised about the kind of different connotations and interpretations students produce when you ask them to do this. So let's then imagine that we've taken them through that. We've got some feedback. Perhaps we've asked them, what do you think of when you think of someone as heartless? They might say heartless is unloving, heartless is unremorseful, heartless is cruel. They might say perhaps that if you're villainous, you're self-serving, you're immoral. The typical expectations might be submissive or maternal or weak or in need of controlling. And now what we've got is we've got a far more nuanced understanding of this statement. And we've got far more channels in which we can now start evaluating it on. If this were an activity that was purely just going to stop as a debate, this would then be my kind of jump start into my questioning. So I might say something such as, so student X, how do you interpret the word heartless? And how does Lady Macbeth conform to this in your opinion? And what they've got there is they've got far more kind of now vocabulary to start explaining their point of view. So they might say, well, I think that being heartless means that you're unremorseful. Therefore, Lady Macbeth is or isn't because, and then they start putting their opinion. Whereas before, what I may have found is they'll be like, yeah, I agree because she does this. And what I was really missing was that key argument. And then you might bounce it to someone else and say, okay, so-and-so, X just said that they think heartless means this. Do you agree that heartless means this? And what do you think about, therefore, Lady Macbeth? And it meant that you could spend so long on such small words of the statements that students could just keep debating a statement forever, that actually maybe before, after maybe 3 or 4 cold calls, I was really struggling to elicit new ideas from. But then let's imagine we're taking this kind of further, and actually this is a statement that I want students to write about. I then introduced a kind of table that looks something like this. So I ask students always to try and split the statement into 2 strongest opinions. That kind of then formulates or kind of structures their 2 paragraphs they're then going to write. If this was, for example, a paper 1 question 4, which is the structure that I'm kind of using today. What I found often, and I'm very conscious not to tell this to students too much, is that the paper 1 question 4s, they tend to kind of have 2 sentences with them or 2 kind of strong opinions separately. I'm very conscious though not to tell students to expect that though, because then it might be a curveball or not. But what you often find is there are kind of 2 strong opinions, and I ask students to try and identify those to structure their arguments. So then what we do is then we write them at the top. And then before they think about quotations, before they think about anything like this, I then ask them to put their connotations down the table. So heartless and villainous, our connotations were cruel and immoral, self-serving, unremorseful, subverting the typical expectations of women. We had maternal, weak, in need of controlling. And I ask students to then go across, now thinking about Lady Macbeth, and tick and cross those different connotations. And then we're starting to get our argument formulated. From that then, students can kind of say how much they agree then. So overall, based on your ticking and your crossing of your understanding of those concepts, how much do you agree? And the kids like to kind of sometimes write little silly percentages, 13.5%, but you can let them have that. And then afterwards, once they've decided, well, okay, she is heartless and villainous because she's cruel and immoral. Now what's your evidence for that? And then they're much better at eliciting the kind of really connected quotes or references they want to use to support that. And they fill out a table that looks something like this. Now my students are quite well versed in doing this, I can just give them blank tables, and they're really good at then getting their statements and doing the steps themselves. But definitely when you're first introducing it, just spend a lot of time on these steps. And of course, like, as metacognition works, they get faster and faster each time. And then once they've got the table and their plan, it then kind of moves on to the writing. Now, historically, I'd use petals before for this question, but what I then ended up finding was that students were then becoming so obsessed with the kind of the T and the A, and put their hand up and say, oh, what comes after the T and what comes after the A and things like that. And it was less about, okay, what comes next, but what do you want to say next, and how are you going to verbalize that instead? So I kind of scrapped those acronyms, and now I kind of have this as a structure on the board. So we always start with our agreeance level. How much do you agree? You're then going to define the motion. So you're going to say what your understanding of that word is and analyze in response to that specific connotation. And then as much as possible, you're going to repeat that process again and again. So you're going to go back. However, if that word is to be interpreted as meaning this, and then you go back and analyze in response. And you do that as many times as you can within either your time frame that you're given or within however many ideas that you have. Once you've then done that and you've analyzed that word through that kind of cycle over and over, your kind of link or your end or your finale that you wrap it up with is something like this. If not that word, then what? So if not heartless, then what would you say instead? And it's a quite nice way of kind of ticking that box of evaluation as to saying, well, this word actually doesn't suffice in my opinion. I actually think this instead. And so an example, I'm not going to bore you by reading this all out, and I've kind of dotted some of it so it can fit in the screen. But it starts looking like this. So the green, that's your agreeance level. So overall, I only somewhat agree with the student's belief that Lady Macbeth subverts typical expectations of women. You then have a sentence start at something like this. If we are to define the typical expectations of women as being insert connotation here, then students then give all their ideas as to why she either adheres or doesn't adhere to this. And then you repeat the process again. Furthermore, it could be argued that typical expectation of women would be insert defined motion here, and then you again analyze in response. And you can just keep repeating that process over and over again. And what I found is that students can just write for way longer with their ideas without just stopping and thinking, oh, I put my quote in, I put my technique, and I'm stopping writing after that. And it becomes way more argument driven. And then, at the bottom, then it says, okay, well, therefore, I disagree that she completely subverts. Perhaps instead of subverting, she demonstrates pre-existing and their opinion instead. And it's a nice way of kind of wrapping up that final piece of evaluation. And instead of it being, just kind of left with no opinion at the end. So that's kind of it, really. I hope that the strategy might be helpful. I think it doesn't necessarily just have to be for paper 1, question 4, or looked at with a lens of just language. I think definitely just kind of getting even from Key Stage 3, them just debating different statements, but being really argument driven and running away from it, is really good for reluctant writers who sometimes those heavy frames with the different acronyms can be almost quite limiting. Actually, when as soon as they get an opinion, as soon as they get ideas, I just found it really improves their fluency. So that's it from me. I hope that's useful. Sorry if I'm a bit early.
Tom, there we go. Yes, I know I am, Tom. Thank you very much, Addy. That was absolutely brilliant, and we really enjoyed it. Thank you. Now, it's time to hear from our next sponsor, and we couldn't put on these events without our wonderful sponsors, and we've got 5 of them today who we've heard from. Now, here's a question for you. Are you a teacher who's tired of filling out a complicated application form for every single job you go for? Or are you a school or a head teacher spending a fortune to advertise vacancies? Well, My New Term helps employers to save on the cost to recruit and increase candidate attraction, while also making it so much easier for candidates to apply online from any device. So it's time to hear from My New Term, and you can hear more from them at www.mynewterm.com/about us. Let's hear from them now.
Hi everyone, hope you're having a great event. My name is Wayne Cartmore, founder of My New Term. We're really pleased to be sponsoring and supporting the event that you have today. For those that don't know, My New Term is a jobs board where schools will advertise available vacancies. So if you are currently looking for jobs now or in the future, you will find schools up and down the country advertising, and using our platform and technology, you can apply directly to those schools. I created My New Term as a teacher, so I understand the frustrations and challenges And it was all about making it as easy as possible to apply directly to schools. And we now work with around about 2,000 schools all over the country. And if you are looking for like your next step or leadership opportunity, you will find jobs. If you just go to mynewterm.com, you can register, you can set up job alerts, and then you can apply directly to schools. And many of the people on this call today may have used our service to do so. I hope you enjoy the remainder of the event. Thanks again for the opportunity to sponsor and support. And please do reach out to me or any of the team if we can be of any help in future. All right, thank you.
And that was from My New Term, which helps employers to increase candidate attraction and save on the cost to recruit while making it so much easier for candidates to apply for their jobs. And it's a huge thank you to all of our sponsors today, the literacy company, Tassamai, Reading Solutions UK, My New Term, and we're going to hear from English Department as well. We really couldn't put on these shows without you. Now, if you're tweeting along today, then the hashtag to use is TTR English. Would you like to win a limited edition Teachers Talk Radio mug? Share a selfie of you watching today's event live online. We have 3 mugs to give away. So remember to share your picture on the hashtag TTR English. Our next host today is Freya Odell. Freya has hosted on Teachers Talk Radio before, and it's absolutely fantastic to have Freya here on Teachers Talk English. Freya, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly. Now, I was expecting Tom Rogers to introduce you, so I'm just going to very quickly get up your biographical information. But I know all about you anyway, Freya, because you teach in an international context, don't you?
I do, definitely.
And what are you going to be talking about today?
Okay, so I'm going to be talking about flipped learning, Harkness, and how we take whole school initiatives and make them work for us.
That's absolutely brilliant. And I've been using the Harkness model over the last year as well. So I'm really excited in history. So I'm really excited to hear how you're using it in the IGCSE context as well. So take it away, Freya.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, yeah, my name is Freya. I tweet at English Teacher Abroad too. And as Tom said, I am an international teacher now, currently working in Vietnam. So today I'm going to talk about using flipped learning and the Harkness model to explore literary and non-literary texts. And my journey actually with this began 3 years ago when my absolutely excellent ex-colleague Helen Wilford was completing her MPQH and decided that she wanted to focus on oracy as a whole school initiative. And she sent one of our colleagues onto some training with Voice 21, who I can not recommend highly enough. And together they led a CPD session at our school where they introduced our whole school initiative on oracy for the year 21 to 22 or 22 to 23. And they introduced within that session the Harkness method and gave us a little taster and allowed us to have a little play with it as well. And I was familiar with the Harkness method before this session, having worked at Wellington Academy, which at the time was sponsored by Wellington College. And I'd been up to Wellington College and they mentioned the strategy and they were very, very excited about this strategy, but I never really seen it in action. And I never really fully understood it. And I was delighted actually 2 weeks ago to go to Wellington College in Bangkok and see their Harkness table room in full operation. So in essence, it's a really simple strategy. It derives from Edward Harkness. It's named after him, and it was named after him after he started to teach in what was considered at the time a revolutionary way of organizing his teaching around an oval table. Bakker actually extends what the Harkness table method became by saying that it is a dialogical, student-centered style that prioritizes group address of a question in common in an equal and various sequence of turns, which is quite a convoluted description of what the Harkness method is. But it is fundamentally a discussion-based strategy. It is supposed to be student-led. And it does seek to address a common question with the intention that everyone around the Harkness table has an equal role to play and contributes in the same way. And And so this really piqued my interest when my colleagues introduced this or reintroduced me to this idea. And I thought I would give it a go within the classroom. And so because it was the summer term and we were launching the strategy ready to sort of go full pelt in September, I decided to try it with one of my Year 7 classes. We were studying Shakespeare and Women at the time. And after some pre-teaching and some content delivery, I decided that I was going to trial the strategy by exploring the question, what have we learned about Elizabethan attitudes towards marriage through the work of Shakespeare? So I introduced the Harkness discussion method with them. I picked the 6 students that I wanted to go into the circle around my oval table, my square table. And after some pre-teaching, I set them off and asked them to discuss and debate this question. And it was disastrous. And it was disastrous for many reasons. But it really heightened to me the need for oracy being a core focus within our classrooms, to develop ideas, to develop responses, to develop a particular skill set. It was disastrous because they didn't know how to listen to each other. They didn't know how to build upon what the other people were saying. They didn't know how to respond. They were very keen to throw out what they knew, but not take it within the context of a discussion and learn from each other. But we stopped it because it was disastrous, and we spoke to them and we talked about how important it was to have an idea, but to listen to other people speak first and respond to them. And then we restarted it, and it was absolutely brilliant. It was so inspiring to see their thoughts, their knowledge come to life. And for them to interact with each other, to further that knowledge and to pin that knowledge down. So I immediately knew actually that this was a strategy that had real merit, especially in an international context with our EAL pupils, but also in terms of developing ideas and interpretations and understanding of texts or so forth. But it is like any whole school strategy, isn't it? We're told that we're going to go with this strategy. And actually what we need to do is we need to sort of sit back and think, where would this strategy best be applied? And so I took some time to think about, well, I really like this strategy, but where is it going to be most useful for me? And so I turned to the IGCSE. And this was our IGCSE curriculum at my old school. It might be different now because obviously I'm not there anymore. And I actually was leaning towards introducing the Harkness discussion into Key Stage 4. And anybody who teaches IGCSE and does IB will know that actually in an international context, many teachers are teaching Key Stage 3 national curriculum, leaning towards the British system, IGCSE and then IB, with IGCSE not actually being a precursor for the IB. The precursor is NYP. And so I've been thinking a lot about our IGCSE curriculum actually and how it could tie into what we were doing at IB, feeding on from Key Stage 3, to try and make what we were offering more cohesive and more progressive. And therefore, the Harkness model actually really fed into this idea of trying to build a layer of cohesion and progression, because we could use the big ideas and the key concepts from the IB and place them into the Harkness method. And I was really taken actually by what Hailey was saying earlier about literature being about big ideas. So this idea of taking the key concepts from the IB and using them to create and facilitate a Harkness approach seemed like the correct way forward. So I went back to our IGCSE curriculum map, and being the maverick that I am, I kind of started to change it a little bit because I wanted a concept to really lead what I was doing at Key Stage 4. So I introduced in the first term the concept of communication, with the idea, the question, the big question being, how do texts incite and inspire change? I was already teaching an inspector calls. So that fed in really nicely. And I went back to our anthology text and decided just to mix it up a little bit and choose the text that would really feed into that question, that would really have something to say in response to that question. So I changed the text that I did, and I selected new poetry text and new nonfiction text from our anthology. Alongside this, I thought, I want to change the order of how I do things. So I decided to create a Key Stage 4 curriculum that is either interleaved or interweave. Sometimes I really don't know what the difference is. And dedicate 3 lessons a week to the teaching of the core literature text. So in this case, Inspector Calls, 1 lesson a week to writing. And that left me space to dedicate 1 lesson a week to the Harkness method that would be used to explore the poetry text and the non-fiction text, all under the umbrella of the conceptual question, how do texts incite and inspire change? So I had my idea, but as someone else said earlier, ideas are no good without implementation and good implementation. So I had to start to think about, well, what would the Harkness lesson look like, and how would students be prepared to take part in a Harkness lesson? And that's where the flipped learning came in. So for every poetry text and every non-fiction text from our anthology, I produced a flipped learning homework booklet. And it was a very simple booklet to produce. On the front cover, it had the key conceptual question. And then within the booklet, there are 2 copies of the text. The first copy, with Barbara Blyman in my head, is a blank copy for pupils to respond to on the first reading. So giving them that opportunity to have a personal response to the text, jotting down their ideas, their thoughts, their feelings, their responses to what they're reading, and paragraph or stanza tracking if they wanted to do that. The second copy of the poem or the non-fiction text was for them to annotate. And annotate whilst they watched a video that I put together for them to sort of watch at home in a flipped learning capacity. And I produced a PowerPoint video that had the conceptual question at the heart. So in this instance, as you can see on the screen, how does Duffy incite us to consider the state of humanity in her poem War Photographer? And through the video, I would take them through the poem and consider the ways in which she might be looking to do that. And pupils, as they were watching, would annotate their copy of the poem. And so they would come to the Harkness lesson with an understanding of the poem, with regard to the concept, and notes that they could then draw upon. And these are just some examples of the notes that pupils most recently have completed. So they would come to the Harkness lesson, and we wouldn't have to cover the content of the poem. We wouldn't have to cover the basics of the poem. We wouldn't have to stand necessarily at the board and annotate the poem so that everybody had a copy of the notes. What we could do is we could have a Harkness discussion exploring the bigger ideas, the key concepts of the text of our focus. So the Harkness discussion lesson actually turned into a very structured lesson. When I was sort of developing the Harkness lesson, I invited Helen in an instructional coaching capacity, and she suggested that the Harkness lesson start with a thunk or a discussion question that would be a warm-up activity. So the starter would always be, or the do it now task would always be, a recap question where we would cover some of the text that we previously studied, but in a sort of funky way. So you can see the one here where it says, so far we've studied War Photographer, Passage to Africa, Half-Caste, blah, blah, blah. Which of these texts do you think has been the most inspiring in terms of inciting change? So a real open question to get students into that zone of discussion and debate. I'd then go over the conceptual question, I'd recap the text, I'd reshare the questions that pupils were going to discuss within the Harkness setting. And then I would set the kids off. I would choose the 6 kids or the 7 kids that I would want to go into the circle, and then the Harkness discussion would take place. The people not in the center of the circle would have a copy of the questions and a note space so that they would be making notes as the Harkness discussion was taking place. And so I think that there are sort of 2 dual purposes to the Harkness strategy. The first is obviously we're developing a knowledge of the GCSE text, and we're doing it in a way that is quite different in that we're not teaching them, we're not standing up at the front of the board annotating the text. We're letting them discuss and explore the text for themselves with a critical eye and a conceptual lens. The questions, I think, are quite key. So initially I started off with very conceptual questions, and then I've kind of shifted the concepts and linked them into the kind of examination style questions that they could expect to find in one of their papers. So we've got the key concept questions, but we've also got questions that bring in aspects of language and structure. We've got questions that focus in on views and perspectives, because that's a key question for us. We've got questions that tag in a comparison, so they're constantly linking back and forwards to texts that they've studied or may go on to study as well. So the first purpose is obviously the knowledge of the anthology and the text that they're studying, but obviously also the opportunity to explore those texts together. And again, I loved what Hailey said earlier about listening to others' ideas helps construct knowledge. So this idea about them sharing their interpretations, their ideas, their responses, really helping to build further knowledge about those texts. But the second purpose, obviously, is trying to develop oracy skills, which we know are fundamentally important, not just as a life skill, but also as a skill within our situations and contexts, especially with the AL learners. So within that, over time, the Harkness discussion, I've developed the idea of developing pupils' oracy. So we started off very much introducing oracy stems to help pupils structure and respond and build upon others' ideas. When you first start this, or when you first use the Harkness, it can be very, very difficult initially, because pupils, again, like I said earlier, want to just jump in with their ideas without really listening to what other people are saying. So introducing the sentence stems, which I had on display in my old classroom, but also have display in my new classroom, really supports pupils to then utilize language to build, respond, contrast, criticize, agree, support, etc., etc. And then when pupils are super, super confident with going into the Harkness circle, using some of the roles that Voice 21 encouraged us to use. So when I know that pupils are building up confidence with the Harkness, I step out from the discussion. So initially I am in the discussion as the chair, supporting the pupils, making sure that everyone's contributing, involving everybody. But as they grow more confident, I pass that position on to one of the students. So it becomes that student-centered discussion that it was intended to be.
1 minute, Freya. 1 minute.
No, not 1 minute. Not 1 minute.
Well, just over a minute. We'll let you do just over a minute.
Okay, I'll speed up. And then I introduced the role of the summarizer. So the people around the outside who are not involved in the Harkness discussion, we ask them to summarize the main points when we feel that a question has been exhausted. So building in those discussion roles as pupils get more and more confident with what they're talking about. So the positives of this are that it's a much more engaging way to teach the anthologies. It really fosters personal response. I can't tell you the number of times when a pupil has come up with something that I haven't thought about with regard to a text and has been really, really insightful. The booklets that they use for the flipped learning mean that they've got their revision notes there ready for year 11 without losing a whole lot of curriculum time in the classroom. It is really a quick process. Obviously, it helps develop pupils' oracy skills, which is essential for IB. It's essential for when they go to university and they're in seminar discussions. It's essential for life. And this idea of being able to use the concepts and bigger ideas to drive the Harkness discussions, I think is really, really important and tags back to what Hailey was saying earlier about literature being about big ideas or language being about big ideas as well. Barriers are that it is work heavy to begin with, creating the resources, the videos, but they are there for a period of time. Can you give me 1 more minute?
We'll be nice, Faye. We'll be nice. Go on.
Okay. Obviously, IGCSE, our curriculum is slightly different, but there's no reason why you couldn't use a Harkness discussion to explore Macbeth extracts or Inspector Calls extracts or Jekyll and Hyde extracts. Some pupils' notes are varied. How do you deal with that? I tag their effort grade into their work on the Harkness homework. Having the confidence to run with it, as I said, it can be quite ropey to begin with as students, lack confidence. So they need that support and nurturing to get better with it and sticking with it and thinking about those marginal gains, as someone was speaking about earlier, every time building up the oracy, building up the knowledge skill set. And obviously I know that I'm in a luxurious position because my GCSE classes only have 18 pupils in it, which makes the situation a little bit more manageable. Pupils really, really love it. They really respond positively to it. So I found the Hartness approach quite intimidating, but it built my confidence. I love sharing our points of view. It was interesting to listen to different interpretations, etc., etc. And I just wanted to reference that it is a journey. One of the best things I've ever heard was from John Thompson and how he spoke about focusing on metacognition only for 5 years. And I think when we're introduced to these whole school initiatives, we need to take it, but we need to grow it, implement it over time incrementally. So I'm in year 3 now. There's still a lot of work to do. I'm in a new school, new context, new students, more EAL needs. So I'm having to rethink how I do it within this situation and context. There you go. Sorry.
Brilliant, Freya. Thanks so much for that. Amazing stuff. Brilliant. And yeah, fantastic. Again, just a reminder, everyone joining us live or on playback, we will share a link via anyone who's signed up via email to download any of the slideshows or presentations for free from our TES page. So we will upload those on behalf of any of the presenters today who've given permissions to share. I'll bring Kieran on. Just before I introduce Kieran, I will just give a shout out to everyone watching live on socials. We've had 3,000 unique viewers just on X through TTR English, which is pretty mint. And also hundreds, maybe thousands of other viewers across all our other 7 feeds that we're streaming to. Plus, obviously, the hundreds of people who signed up, I think 500 who signed up in advance of today's event. So it's amazing to spend a bit of time with you today. Kieran, I'm going to introduce Kieran. Kieran, you are a English teacher and head of year teaching in Lincolnshire. You were previously employed as a reading coordinator and strategic lead ambassador for Reading for Pleasure across a multi-academy trust. You're passionate about reading, literacy, and teaching and learning. And if you want to follow Kieran, you can follow him on X at K2SR7. And Kieran, as always, you've got 15 minutes for your presentation, which starts now.
Thank you very much for that great introduction. It's a pleasure to speak to you all today and really talk about something that I know is incredibly important in any educational setting. I know it was mentioned earlier, so I'll try not to repeat anything at all because that was a fantastic presentation with lots of great takeaways. So today I'm going to be talking about reading fluency and some practical sort of bite-sized strategies that we could try across any educational setting, but with a focus on secondary and higher in particular. So I know it's been mentioned a couple of times today, and I think it's incredibly important that I start with that. There's a lot of science, there's a lot of research about what are the key components of reading. I'm sure we've all been in a lesson where we're trying to teach a particular strand of the reading rope, and we've been met with that infamous, I already know how to read. Now, through programs such as Accelerated Reader's STAR test, for example, we can see exactly what students need on their reading rope to develop their reading competency. One big strand of that is always going to be fluency, and it's a whole school initiative, and it's got to be a whole school priority that supersedes just the English department, just the library. So if we have a look at the reading rope, you can see lots of different strands which build up to make a skilled reader. And I think it's a really important graphic to share with staff when we're going on that implementation journey of any reading strategy. And it's how we develop skilled readers and how we can develop across different disciplines these skilled readers for the benefit of the subject. So going back to the fundamentals and the etymology, what is reading fluency? Well, it's to flow. And it forms 2 sub-competencies, the ability to read words automatically and effortlessly, but also with appropriate phrasing and expression as part of that expressive reading. And this is really important because we're equipping students across the school with the right tools to take a text from print to passionate prosody and really generating readers for life. The overall aim is to make it accurate with decoding, word recognition, but also we want to develop over time into passionate readers. And you should be able to feel that in your classroom, regardless of your discipline, of this passion, this palpable buzz when students are reading. So what can we do to develop that? Because it's obviously not going to happen overnight. as has been mentioned throughout a lot of these strategies, a lot of these presentations today, if we see implementation as an event rather than a process, then it's just going to fall flat. So one of the main issues that we see with reading fluency, and something that I've noticed over the last few years in particular, is there's perhaps a lack of understanding or awareness of what reading fluency is and the building blocks it takes. So if one building block isn't in proper place, then how can we build up to achieve the higher strands of that reading route? Often teachers or even schools, even academy trusts, prioritise one sub-competency over the other. With the best intentions, what that does is it hinders the overall development of reading fluency. So we need to develop that fluency foundation, which starts in primary and transcends into secondary. And one big thing we need to do is develop opportunities, and that's something I'm going to mention in the next couple of slides. When do students have opportunity to hear expressive readers? When do they have opportunities to practice these skills? And when do they get the meaningful feedback, which is going to take that from print to prosody? So we need to develop the scientific understanding. We need teachers, we need educators, teaching staff, support assistants, everyone in the school to understand the physics of reading. And as I put at the bottom with that giant exclamation mark, one of the big things that I've seen is these students in particular having such a cognitive demand on the words that it actually sacrifices comprehension. So we can't sacrifice one for the other. Decoding and word recognition will prevent students being able to understand. So we need to make sure that we've got fluent readers, but we've also got readers who understand what they are reading. To use the dreaded O word on a Saturday, when Ofsted came in and looked at some of our readers a couple of years ago, what was clear was that students were putting such a cognitive demand on themselves and pressure of a new individual to read to this stranger that they were forgetting the comprehension. They had no idea of what they'd read at the end of it. And that's really difficult. That's something that we need to develop strategies to help manage. So we can't sacrifice one sub-competency for the other would be the key takeaway from that slide. A big part of that is the environment. Is your environment built on trust, support, and success? I would say that is a non-negotiable for any classroom. However, with reading, where it can be embarrassing when students don't have that grasp and they can feel threatened and they can want to leave the classroom by any means necessary. So one thing that's really important is we as educators give regular feedback, regular support for staff and students. We can't assume that all staff will be equipped with the skills to develop fluent readers and have the confidence to read expressively to the children they teach. So we've got to equip teachers first and foremost to develop reading fluency, looking for opportunities within a well-planned sequence curriculum of where we can make time for reading fluency. And ideally that should be every lesson, even if it is just a chunk of the lesson. We need to make a multitude of opportunities to read, and I haven't just put a nice picture of a flower in the middle just for a nice little graphic. I think what's really important and something that we really stress is when we have a flower that doesn't grow, and I know this is an analogy we've used in education so many times, we don't look at the flower necessarily, we look at the environment it's in. So how is that environment allowing the flower to flourish? And it's the same with students. Is that environment right? Can students make a mistake and be supported by their peers and the teachers to be able to make those mistakes and develop? And that is really important. I've seen the absolute best of students when their peers have made a mistake and they've supported one another. They've helped sound out the word. They've even given them strategies and a pat on the back. And that is a fantastic environment where no matter your reading ability or your priority of the sub-competency of reading fluency, you're allowed to develop at your own pace with the teacher supporting you every step of the way. And one thing I've trialed this year is making it explicit, okay, making it really clear when the students should be listening for expressive reading. Now, sometimes in the heat of a 5-lesson day or a 6-lesson day, you might forget, you might not draw attention to what you're doing and why. And that why is so important. From year 7, students should know what to look out for when you are expressively reading to them, what you are doing with your volume, your pace, your intonation, and all these strategies that we want students to develop. And by using this icon on some of my resources, on some of my slides, it's a reminder not just for me, but also the students. So students will say, sir, you've got that icon. Can you talk to us about what's happened there? And we'll talk about why I've changed pace, rhythm, volume, intonation, all of the strands that we are really looking for when we're looking for passionate readers. And that's a great conversation starter, and it's a great way to remind yourself in a busy day and the students what to look out for. This led me on to develop some bookmarks to develop reading fluency. Now, I won't go into too much detail on each individual part of the acronym, but what I made a note of is that students didn't necessarily remember exactly what we were looking out for. So by giving them a reading fluency bookmark where they could use it in their books, they could track the text, but they were also reminded constantly, even through intervention by immersion, of this reading fluency strands that we were looking for. So the sort of things that I would try and prioritize when I'm reading a text, a poem, an extract, anything at all, they knew what to look out for, and that was really important. And again, it's a process. It's never an event. The first time it was very slow, and then it started to develop over time with different classes. And as was mentioned before, we started with the year 7s, and I worked my way up, and it actually had a great effect all the way up to GCSE level. And again, that's something I'm more than happy to share. In the middle, you'll see the academic reading model, which is what I base a lot of my reading on. Fantastic research, all about the pre-reading, the during reading, and the post-reading, and how we can develop that process and that routine to develop the responses that we want in regards to reading. So the bookmarks are a good reminder of that. And that's what it's all about. It's about making it clear, making it explicit, which I think has really helped develop my practice, but also develop fluency. So what does expressive reading look like? Now, we all have a different way of reading, a different style, different classes. We've all seen the teachers who are envied across the school because they can do all the different accents, different voices. They're bouncing around the classroom, whether it's period 1 or period 5. And that's absolutely incredible. And that's absolutely brilliant. But for some teachers, that's quite threatening in terms of aiming for that consistently. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that. It's about being passionate. It's about setting the tone. It's about changing it from the monotone voice to having a bit of intonation and what to look out for. 1, it'll make the students far more engaged. But 2, it's much better for their reading development when we hear modelling readers and developed expressive readers across the school. So the first step is familiarise yourself with the text. Look for any unfamiliar or new vocabulary. Do that pre-reading. Prepare yourself for what you're about to read. Set the tone, make sure students are fully engaged, no split attention, and make sure that the routine is established. Be passionate. Absolutely, first and foremost, you've got to be passionate to make sure that the students get the full benefit. Use expressive reading, appropriate tone, the expression, practice. Practice is really important, but most importantly, be you. Okay, don't try and emulate another teacher if it's not your style, but do make sure that you are hitting that punctuation, that you're changing the volume, that you're having the appropriate pause where you can hear the whole class gasp. That's the sort of stuff that we want to aim for. Make time for discussion. What did I do there? And most importantly, the why. The why is so important. We've heard it throughout today. That why are we doing this? What's the purpose? What's the benefit? How will this benefit me? How will this benefit my class? And how will it benefit you moving forward? Make sure that you continue to look at the connections that you're making. So how can we connect what we're reading to the students? And that's one of the great things about literature. It's an exploration of the human condition, but how can we link this to the students' lives, especially with disadvantaged students? How can we enrich that cultural capital and make sure that this is meaningful, that they want to hang off every word? And end every session with excitement. Okay, what will happen next? Strategically, even if it's fiction or non-fiction, strategically end with the students wanting more. I remember in primary school when we would have our quest books where you'd have to roll the dice and you'd have to say whether you wanted to go left or right or yes or no. And I remember always every Friday wanting more and wanting to know what happens next. And that's one of the things that turned me onto reading at a very early age. So that's something that we can all aim for, regardless of the discipline, regardless of the demands of the day. I won't go into too much detail about echo reading, choral reading, because I know it was mentioned earlier, and I'm sure we all made fantastic notes on that. But these are 2 great strategies that if I would really encourage anyone to have a look at for reluctant readers in particular, and in particular, I think it's worked well for me with Key Stage 3, but it's something that I would like to develop at a higher level as well. So it's all about removing the pressure, fundamentally, removing the pressure and building that environment. To start off with, these two strategies, they need a lot of practice, they need a lot of time, but actually by a few weeks in, I was seeing the benefits straight away of that supportive environment, but also the benefits to their reading fluency were developing massively as well. Again, here's a guide I've created a few years ago now, but it was during COVID, in fact, and it was all about effective reading strategies. And I've shared it really based on the Echo Reading, Choral Reading slide to just mention all the different strategies we can use. So not to try one and expect it to be a one size fits all. It's very rarely that way. If it was, we would bottle it up and sell it and we'd all be millionaires. So use your visualizer, use key extracts, chase their interests, read aloud and read expressively, use their interest levels, use what's going on at the time. So during the World Cup recently, when we had all the football hero books, reading them aloud to the class engaged so many more people, so many different students that previously weren't that engaged with reading. And that's the goal, to push them to lifelong readers, not just readers for that period.
Is that it, Kieran? Are you done?
No, it wasn't.
Sorry.
Just one last one, and then I'll be done. So just to end, it's all about driving standards moving forward. So if you do follow me on Twitter, you'll see lots of these things I've shared over the years. Some are trial and error, and some have been developed over time. But for me, it's about making it explicit. It's about creating that environment. It's about trialing different strategies. It's about being consistent across the school. And it's about equipping staff first and then students with the skills to develop reading fluency. And for me, I think this is one of the biggest fundamentals to a reading for pleasure culture. And it's also something that creates a palpable buzz around the school for all students and makes a real lifelong difference. So hopefully you've got something from this. I hope I haven't repeated anything from the earlier presentation. I don't believe I have too much. But like I said, reading fluency, incredibly important. And hopefully some of these resources and strategies you can take with you and develop across your setting. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Fantastic, Kieran. Thanks ever so much for giving up your time there. Fantastic stuff. Really good.
Tom.
Cheers. Okay, next up, we're just going to talk a little bit about our final sponsor and supporter from today on the event, which is englishdepartment.co.uk. Let me tell you a little bit about it. If you're an English teacher and you haven't come across it, it's free. And it's at englishdepartment.co.uk. The fabulous owner of this website is Mira. And Mira basically runs the website herself. You've got features on the website which allow you to upload and download resources. For example, on the website homepage right now, you could download all the most popular resources on the website. At the moment, Ben West, Writing to Persuade or Argue, full lesson is the most popular resource, followed by English Language Paper 1 booklet by Kerry Hughes. And then we've got English Language Paper 1 full mark exemplar by Suzanne, AQA Language Paper 2 PowerPoint by Rianne, Classroom Displays by Funky Pedagogy, Jennifer Webb, Paper 2 Questions 5 revision statements and questions from the English department themselves, GCSE Literature Essay Self-Checker by Alexander. So you can download all of those resources via the website. You can sign up at englishdepartment.co.uk. You can also post a free job advert for anybody in your English department, or if you're advertising in your English department for a job on there, which is quite handy too. So we put a handy graphic up on screen. Do give them a follow. The Facebook group is very active for English department. So if you do use Facebook, head over there. Join the group. There's constant sharing of ideas. You can also post there anonymously if you have something that you would rather not put your name to and you want to ask a question about something that's going on. You can do that in that Facebook group. So really handy. Mira's fantastic at supporting the whole sort of English and teaching community. So do check them out. That's English department. We're now going to move on to our final two speakers. So we've got Lorraine first. We're going to have Sabrina to finish. So I'll just bring Lorraine on screen. Hello, Lorraine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Excellent. Not too bad, actually. Yes. Now, you are going to tell us about literary festivals and reading for pleasure. You've
Absolutely.
done lots of exciting stuff around this in your school, so we're really excited to hear this. So I'm going to hand over to you now. By the way, just before I do let Lorraine start, do remember to post on our hashtag TTR English. We've only got 2 speakers left. Well, unfortunately, it's been absolutely fantastic. We've had about 10 entries for the TTR mugs. So we'll be choosing 3 of those to send you a TTR mug. All you've got to do to enter that is post a picture of you watching the event live on the hashtag TTR English, and we will pick 3 and send some mugs to those people post-event. So that's what you can do to get involved with that if you want. Huge shout out again to all the sponsors for this event that make it completely free for classroom teachers. The recording is also available for free. If you just visit TTR English on X and then look at the pinned tweet, you can see a link to sign up for the recording. Lorraine, take it away.
Thank you very much. So in case you want to get in contact, my Twitter handle and my email address, I'm more than happy kind of talking to share ideas beyond what I'm going to talk about this afternoon. So we all know how important reading for pleasure is. We know what it does to us in terms of our academic ability, but in terms of our kind of mental well-being, in terms of what it does for our happiness, in terms of what it does for our resilience, is second to none. And it's that way that I kind of started to think about our reading for pleasure. During the pandemic, we read for pleasure as a country more than ever, and people started to see the benefits. Reading for pleasure reduces your stress more than actually going for a walk does, or drinking a cup of tea, or listening to music, things that students and adults naturally say are reducers of our stress. And so it was really exciting that during the pandemic, we found that students were picking up a book and were reading. But that hasn't continued. The latest survey from the National Literary Trust in 2023 said that 56.6% of children do not enjoy picking up a book and reading in their spare time. And that's a really worrying statistic, and worrying when we think about what that is doing for their kind of happiness, for their resilience, for their mental health. And actually, there's been a 26% decrease in the number of children and young people ages 8 to 18 who read daily in their free time since 2005, a really worrying statistic. But studies show that actually those people who are avid readers, those people who do pick up a book, who enjoy reading, one of the key things that influence them are the people around them, are the recommendations that they're receiving, and the positive attitudes that they're having towards reading. Following kind of something like a trend on Twitter, I suppose, years ago, I kind of started to read 52 books a year. And at the end of every book, I would share it with my class what I was reading, and I would put them in my classroom, and I would share that kind of reading with my students. And that was happening kind of weekly, kind of fortnightly, where we'd talk about what we're reading, but it didn't become a reading culture in my school. Some students borrowed books, some students started to read the same things that I was, but it didn't really kind of spread itself kind of beyond that. Now, as a school, we are a school that at that point, we didn't even have a kind of a working library. We still don't have a librarian. My classroom is now our school library. And so we have got 2,000 new books into our library, but it is my classroom. We don't have a librarian. That's my job to kind of help and oversee. And so last year, we launched something called our Year of Reading. So at school over the last year, we did as many different reading initiatives as we could. We had authors, we had things around the World Cup. So we talked about having each country was associated with a book. And so every time that country played, we talked about that book, and students read sections of those books. We did a variety of different things. But our major part of our kind of starting off our Year of Reading was our Lit Fest. So we did our first one in 2022, and our second one happened September 2023. In both cases, it ran for the full week. So we had 5 days. We had in each week 7 authors, and we involved over 9 year groups. on Hailing Island, where I work, we're really lucky that we've only got 2 main feeder schools. And so we really involved them in our lit festival. So involved our year 5s and our 6s coming up to hear authors. And we also involved years 2 and 3 to hear different authors too. Over the course of our lit festival, we made sure that we had a really diverse range of authors and genres. We made sure that we had, for example, in our first Lit Fest, we had a transgender author. We had an author in our second one who very much was the LGBTQ plus genre to look at. We had genres that authors, that were men, that were women, of different racial diversities. And so we felt that we were making sure that we were speaking to all aspects of the school. We know the importance for our young people to find a book that has got their voice in it, and so they can hear themselves in print. And so that's something, as we're starting to put our Lit Fest together, that we're really talking about. In terms of what the festival looked like, it wasn't just someone standing talking about their books. There were workshops and there were presentations, there were author question and answer sessions, and there were book signings. And so there was a real kind of diverse range of different things that happened. So this was one of the pictures from our first Lit Fest. So Louis Hancock came in and talked about his graphic novel called From Hell, which is his talk about being a transgender youth going through school and how he felt and everything he went through. Our students thought he was a bit of a celebrity. He's on YouTube. He's done a program with MTV. And so they got that idea that reading was cool. We also have, within the English department, we actually have an author within my team who's written a book for year 2, year 3. And so he came in and he did some work with some of our feeder schools. We had the fabulous Darren Simpson come in and do some work again with year 5 and year 6 and our year 7s and our year 8s. And that was our first ever Lit Festival. We used online resources too, so a really great way to get an author to come and talk in your school are using online authors. So Cresta Cowell came and spoke to us, which was incredible. We had the brilliant Holly Race do a writing workshop, and so she kind of engaged our year 9s about kind of how we kind of create quality characters. This year, we involved our year 5s and 6s, and we looked at the Young Samurai series. Now, there's nothing that kind of concerns your head teacher more than an author arriving with a samurai sword, dressed as in full samurai costume, but he fully engaged the young people that were listening to him. And as he was smashing around his samurai sword, they really wanted to know about his books. And talking to our feeder schools, the enthusiasm for reading following his talk has been immense. When we had Simon James Green in this year, he came and talked about his book Gay Club, along with a couple of other of his books. And he also came and worked with our Gay Club within school and talked to them about his experiences. And they purchased his books, and they've been talking about kind of his books and his writing and how they spoke to them as a group of young people. So it's really important within our Lit Festival that we were using a range of different ways to get students to think about reading and their writing. We did writing workshops as well. So these are a group of people who are more able, pupils that are meant to kind of be getting the best grades in our school. And we worked with them. We gave them a whole day with an author where they were exploring how to gain their ideas and how to put their ideas down on paper. So these are kind of my top tips for putting on a Lit Fest in your school, and I promise it will change the way that your students and your staff are talking about books. Firstly, talk to your local bookshop. They'll be able to help with selling books and may be able to give you some author contacts. I'm really fortunate on Hailing. We've got the smallest bookshop in the country, Hailing Bookshop, but they have such incredible contacts and have been really, really helpful in helping me set up my Lit Fest. Also talk to other English teachers. People around the country, either on Twitter or maybe local to you, will be able to recommend you inspiring authors. Holly Race and Darren Simpson and Kimber, who's an amazing performance poet, were all really inspiring recommendations that came into our school. There are companies out there that work with over 5,000 schools in the UK to deliver inspiring and exciting author visits. If you want to know any more details about that, if you want to have their contact details, please let me know. But also check out author on places like Twitter. We got Louis Hancock last year and James Simon Green this year because I contacted them online and harassed them a bit and cheekily asked them to come and get involved and come and share ideas and their books with our students. Be really diverse as possible in terms of the authors and genres you are offering. Next September, I really want to think about our non-fiction offer and how we're going to get students to look at that in terms of some other types of books that they can read. It's also really important that your library's got copies of the books that the authors have written, and that ensures that everybody's got an opportunity to read those books. And it's not just a case of the people that can afford to buy them can buy them and get them signed, and then other people can't access them. We use things like our online library called Sora, as well as making sure that we've got physical copies in our library too. Events like Readathon are really good for being able to get you online. Authors, I really recommend that. And if you're trying to look at how reading is going and how much students are reading within your school, Track My Read, which is part of Readathon, is a great online tool that students can log how much they're reading, and you can set targets as a year group, as a class, as a school about how much reading do you want to have achieved by the end of the year. And virtual author visits are a really great option, much cheaper option. Most of them are free. We, over the last year, have spoken to Cressida Cowell, Sir Lenny Henry, and Dr. Alex George via Zoom calls that have been really, really useful ways to get more authors and a variety of different speakers with our students. So here is Kimber. Here is our performance poet that came in this year. Poetry is now cool in my school. Students like poetry. They enjoy writing poetry. We had a poetry competition, an inter-house competition, where actually we got over 40 entries, much beyond anything we thought we were going to get, because they now see how poetry can sound and what poetry can look like. But I think I want to end with talking about something that I was at a conference a couple of weeks ago, and this quotation was said: "Reading for pleasure has the biggest impact on a child's chances. It literally changes lives." I wanted to share two pictures of two gents that are in year 11 now. Before our literature festival last year, they weren't readers. They didn't pick up a book. In fact, they were fairly proud to say that they hadn't read anything at all. They hadn't finished a book since they were in about year 5. Both boys got a copy of this book, and both boys have read it and are continuing to read. So I know that this has massively changed their life, and it's amazing to think about what we can do next in terms of working with a Lit Festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. Really inspiring, and I'm sure it's going to be of great benefit to so many English teachers and so many teachers of other subjects as well. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. We have one more speaker left today. Before we do that, another huge thanks to our sponsors, the literacy company Tassamai, Reading Solutions UK, My New Term, and English Department. We really couldn't put this on without you. Remember, the hashtag to use today is hashtag TTR English. If you'd like to win a limited edition Teachers Talk Radio mug, then you can share a selfie of you watching today's event live online. We do have 3 mugs to give away, so remember to share your picture on the hashtag. This show is brought to you by Teachers Talk Radio. It's a great time for me to remind you that tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. we have a weekly review to review the week in education, hosted by John Gibbs, with special guests Hannah Wilson, Maxine Howes and Brent Poland. One of the stories they're going to be discussing from the week's education news is from the National Literacy Trust, and looking at some of the startling statistics about the numbers of young people who do not own their own book and how this is doubled for students eligible for free school meals. Our final speaker for today is Sabrina. Let's just bring in Sabrina here, and she's going to be talking about English in FE, what's happening now and next. Sabrina is a Director of English, Maths and Digital Competencies with a history in educational research and teaching and learning. She is also a host the Tuesday morning break, I believe, on Teachers Talk Radio. So Sabrina, the stage is very much yours.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm coming at English in terms of further education, and this is more about kind of where are we now and kind of what can we put in next. As you know, FE, as with any other kind of educational sector, is really fast moving, ever evolving. So this is just a quick 10 minutes on our current situation and what I think would work. So with GCSE English, the resit situation is this year particularly an area of focus. We've got 38,000 extra students in English in the further education sector, which is a 28.6% rise from last year. So massive growth, real demanding kind of pressure to get students to pass their GCSE after having maybe not got the grades they wanted at school, and having to do that within 8 months or so. So due to the massive growth that we've had this year, class sizes have grown as well. So we've got about 25 students per class. And you might be thinking in secondary, you have more than that. But what we find is because these are all the students that have previously not achieved that grade 4, they tend to have a lot of needs for these students. So you've got the dyslexia, dyscalculia, you've got the ADHD, ASD, and other, SEND students that are all clustering together in these classes. So adaptations and tailoring to these students that are in larger class sizes is increasingly difficult, and a common pressure seen amongst English teachers. So again, some more stats there. 172,000 received grade 3 or lower, and then to kind of compound all of that, staffing shortages is absolutely crazy at the moment. So we've got 17% shortage in 2016, and that's increased 93%. So really those subject specialists in English aren't coming through into the FE sector to deliver this GCSE curriculum. And it is a concern, and everyone's aware of it. So we are getting a bit more funding and a bit more government attention. So they are doubling funding for apprentices, and they are increasing the allocation for the ESFA. So fingers crossed, it's going to get better. It is tough. Those of you out there that are currently teaching in FE and teaching GCSE English in that span and with these students. But we do have to meet our targets like everyone. And, we're aiming for about 25-26% good passes in English, so grade 4 and above. It's a tough gig. So, what can we do? What are we facing? Is it the 2019 standard? Is it now a new norm? We are comparing to 2019 still. We're trying to get back to that norm, which I think could be problematic. It can be quite difficult because we're not dealing with the same type of students. We're not dealing with the same experiences. But just to kind of highlight there, you could see the difference. So in the brackets are the figures from 2019 and what we were achieving then in the FE sector, and then outside the brackets are kind of what we're doing now. So you'll see that we are performing lower on the grade 4s and in the kind of passes, but we have got a few more going through into the grade 7 bracket. So quite a big span, but not quite the same statistics as 2019. So we'll move on to what can we do? So everywhere I've been, every kind of conference, every college, everyone I've spoken to is desperate for some help. And in FE, the difference is that it's not just a student signing up to do English, maths, science, and all of the other kind of GCSE subjects. They enroll onto a program of study, and then maths and English is almost required if they haven't achieved it yet, but it's not something they opt to do, and they feel like quite negative towards it. We get a lot of apathy, got a negativity. So some of the strategies covered today are really going to help inspire some of my team, definitely. Excited to put them in place. But it is really, really important as a whole college culture. So we've got things like motor vehicle, hairdressing, and all of those lecturers and teachers that need to be equally on board with kind of maths and English. And then what we need to do in FE as lecturers is really make it relevant to real scenarios. So if they are interested in STEM, or if they're interested in hair and beauty, then we have to adapt to meet their interests. And I get a lot of negative feedback around this. And that tends to be, well, the exam isn't going to be tailored to the needs. But I think that as lecturers, we need to engage them in our class and make them feel valued and make their interests feel valued quite equally so. And then when they've learned those skills, when they can apply those skills to stuff they're interested in, you'll find that they'll be able to apply it to anything, whether it's in the exam or anything outside of the exam. Again, we've got common issues like expectations for all learners and making sure that students build up that self-efficacy. And sometimes they need a bit of extrinsic motivation. So you might need to, give some rewards. Things like the Lit Fest sound amazing to kind of really put a bit of self-belief back in them. And we really work with things like growth mindset to develop those beliefs and perceptions around those skills that they think they can't do because they've not achieved it before. And increasingly, research has shown that things like this, like today's event, doing things like going on to conferences and teach meets and speaking to other lecturers and continuing that professional development is so important. Those working in isolation, you know how easy it is to fall into a rut. So like events like this are just crucial to making sure that we are improving the chances of those students' success. And increasing now pedagogical approaches and collaboration in doing so critical to getting those results. So I'm going to cover a few bits of research that has proven to work based on small case studies or small site studies that I just want to bring to your attention today for you to kind of go away and read in your own leisure and see what works for you. Because again, I know people have mentioned it already today, one size isn't fits all. So the first one that looked at outstanding teaching and learning assessment, really emphasizing the sparkle of maths and English and functional skills. And it was about creative strategies to overcome poor outcomes and that growth mindset I was talking about, using really positive lexicon and developing, employability. Because ultimately, when they're in further education, they're wanting to go into employment. They're thinking about the next steps. A lot of them really need the money, especially in the current climate that we're in. So how are those English skills, whether it's in GCSE or functional skills, going to be used when they are going to be running their own salon or when they're going to be in their kitchen? Where does it come into practice? And understanding the reasons and the application of those skills was proven to work really well in this study. It was also really important to support maths and English in vocational programs. So, and seeing that connection between the two. So if they had an essay due in for their childcare course, you could link the same vocabulary required in the essay. So the essay might say you need to explain something to get a distinction. Well, we use explanation all the time in English, and finding out when those key periods are on that person's scheme of work in the healthcare childcare course and aligning it to our curriculum has proven really successful, and did in this study as well. And we've seen loads of kind of ways to utilize digital technology today. So, continue to use it because the students are finding that an easier way and an accessible way to get into English when they've got that fear or that anxiety around, say, reading or analyzing text. So we look at Noyes and Dalby. They found that these practices were effective, and you'll see a common theme in a lot of this. But they found that when you're coming into FE, they said it needs to contrast what's happening in schools. So students don't want another year of what was done in school, and as fantastic as it is at school, it's actually their mindset is shifted towards something else. So they want to, get ready for university or employment. So they're thinking in different ways. It's not about just getting that GCSE grade anymore. So they really think that it needs to contrast what's done in schools, and that the classroom culture needs to be different in very individual, and looking at them as young adults, and they should dictate or have a voice and a say in where that curriculum goes. And really looking at maybe just pockets of groups and saying, well, if you want, you can study this text, and if you want, you can study this text, and really aim towards the same goal. But ultimately, they have a bit more flexibility and freedom and choice as to what they study, how they study, and what they want to do with it. I do find when reading into this that this would probably work where in a class or in a school where behavior and those expectations are already core foundations, and that you're not having to deal with low-level disruption all the time, etc. And you can give that autonomy to maybe the higher performing students. When we have tried this in certain contexts, it hasn't worked. The students sometimes struggle with that autonomy and need a little more scaffolding and direction. So again, one size doesn't fit all. Taylor et al. Really quite simple. Is that how good are your assessments in terms of targeted planning and teaching? So they really looked at the initial assessments and the diagnostics. So in FE, every student should be coming in and doing an initial assessment to find out what their starting points are. And often that's not used. So they really looked at the research and how can it be used to adapt that learning journey. There are loads of digital tools out there that colleges used to kind of base on AI and algorithms and give them learning pathways. But how does that tie into your lessons, and how effectively is it used by all the curriculum team? Then we've got Higton et al., and they looked at, again, assessments, good diagnostics, how relevant are the diagnostics, and they looked at contextualization. So again, making sure that the subject feeds into English, whatever vocational subject it is, and vice versa. So how does English feed into that vocational subject? A good way to do stuff like this is get the student to tell you. So one strategy we're trying is we're going to get the students to teach us. And so we as lecturers are going to go into the salon, and the students are going to articulate what they do in the day in the salon, how they're going to, to talk to the customer, what they're going to do, where they're going to look and read instructions, etc. And we're going to make note of all the different English skills that they've used in that process. And we're going to get together. And that's really going to highlight to the students the value of everything they're learning in class, to motivate them intrinsically, and to kind of build up that confidence that they can use English skills, basic communication skills, and they are using them to overcome those anxieties that stem from not achieving at secondary school. And those can be fed in through targeted approaches. So again, aligning targets at FE between curriculum and the English team, really important. So if the curriculum team are setting a target around assignments or any classwork, really having that discussion and say, what kind of vocabulary do they need to know for this? Or are there any themes that you cover in English? Are we doing comparisons? And they can feed that through, and seeing those keywords, those key skills feeding through into all subject areas really strengthens that importance of English for these 16 to 19-year-olds. And then when we've got things like Hanley, the 5 R's, so we've got the recall, routine, revise, repeat, and be ready. This is used for maths, but what we've done is actually use it for English as well. Previously, so did about 3 years ago. And again, it worked brilliantly in terms of getting the students prepared for exams and assessments, and having that routine, so it reduced that cognitive load. They knew what to expect in the lesson. We always had the 10 question quiz in a lesson. We had a 5-question starter. We had plenary. And that routine, especially when they're dealing with all the other kind of traumas and all the other issues that they go through at that age in FE, was a help. And the students said it was great just to know what I needed when I came into an English lesson, and to know, what to expect. Sometimes we did throw a curveball in, but majority of the lessons, and I'd say 90% of the lessons, followed that standardized structure, and really stripped back any extra frills and fluffs to take away or detract the student from understanding what the task was. So that was a really good one, and it's coming back. So they started this study.
1 minute, Sabrina.
Well, right.
1 minute, yeah.
Problem. So this study was put on pause because of COVID, so it's coming back in, so keep looking out for it and see what is going on. So I talked a lot about growth mindset, and I think in FE is so important. Well, at any age really, but especially in FE, we're noticing that anxieties, and we're seeing about 80% increase in students declaring anxiety and kind of other LLDD reasons why they can't access English and maths. So it really is about kind of creating a love for learning and resilience that's essential for accomplishment. So when you're thinking about the growth mindset, I want to kind of draw your attention to Rachel Arnold and this article about reframing and kind of empathy. So Rachel kind of talks about, you know, students coming in with the concept that I failed and that's it. And then really failure should be normalized. And in FE, even more so when you're teaching maths and English. And I think really what we need to do is, instead of reacting to failure and saying, right, now you need to do this to overcome that failure as a goal, what we really need to say is failure is a naturally occurring thing in their day-to-day life. It shouldn't be like an ultimate a goal or something to overcome in that way. It's just an opportunity to learn further and really turn that idea of failure into a productive thing. And focus on the learning from that experience rather than it being a definer. And I think students are so pent up, like, oh, I can't fail, that fear of failure. I don't want to get it wrong in front of my friends. We need to be more conscious of the language we're using and how we are explaining, you know, getting misconceptions right, and how we getting through to students that you haven't quite got that right, try again. You haven't got it right yet. And that persistence and resilience that needs to be explored as a skill, especially in FE. And that's about it, really. So thank you.
Brilliant. Sabrina, that was absolutely fantastic. Really enjoyed that, and really nice to have something from the FE sector in our event today, which was really nice and a nice point to finish on. So thank you very much for joining us.
Cheers, thanks.
That was Sabrina, and that brings us to the end of our event today. It's been absolutely wonderful. The speakers have been fantastic. Huge thanks to all the speakers who give their time so generously for our online events. And of course, our sponsors as well, who ensure that this event can continue to be free, both live and also for the recording, which is also available for free. So if you want that, just go to TTR English on X and look at the pinned tweet. There's a link in there. Click that link and you can sign up for the recording completely free, and it will be on demand for as long as you need it to be. So yeah, massive thanks to the sponsors, the Literacy Company, Tasamai, Reading Solutions UK, My New Term, and the English Department. If you think that there is somebody who would benefit from this recording, please hit the share button, which is available right now. If you're watching this live, you can hit the share button, share the recording somewhere if you think there's someone else who could benefit from it. Or of course, you could just share it privately via email or wherever you feel like it might benefit somebody. Our mission is to help more teachers. That's really what Teachers Talk Radio is all about, and to reach as many teachers as possible. So if there is somebody who you think this would be a nice sort of holiday gift for, then definitely send it on down the line. A huge thanks to Tom, who has been in the background all this time with myself. There he is, helping out with the technology and the slides and the presenters. So huge thanks to you, Tom, and to everybody who has been involved from the word go. We will be back with another event in the new year. To keep updated with all our events, I would recommend going to ttradio.org/events. That's the page to check. That's got the lists of all our upcoming events. I know we've got a face-to-face science event next April the 20th in Manchester. So if you want to get involved in that, or you know a science colleague who might be interested in it, then go to ttradio.org/events. They can sign up. And again, our face-to-face events are also free. So there's a £10 deposit, but you get that back when you sign into the event. So it is free for teachers to attend. Classroom teachers completely free. 20th of April next year for the science event. And also we'll be listing on the website any other events that we have. I know I mentioned earlier, if you want to get involved in helping Teachers Talk Radio events, or Teachers Talk Radio itself, go to ttradio.org/contact, fill in the form, get in touch with us, or just email us at info@ttradio.org. One of us will get back to you if you want to speak at an event, if you want to help organize an event, or if you want to get involved in actual Teachers Talk Radio hosting. Perhaps that's more your bag, podcasting, radio hosting, then definitely get involved in that too. We love new voices. We want to hear from as many new voices as possible. So definitely get involved in that. So massive thanks everybody for tuning in live. You've created an amazing atmosphere for everybody involved. And we will see you again very, very soon.